who were victims of the Pahalgam attacks day before yesterday and pray for their families. Thank you. You may please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin, and I call upon Shri Amarendra Prakash, Chair, FICCI Steel Committee and Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited, for the welcome remarks. Sir.
Good morning, and I'll just request all delegates to take their seats so that we can thank you. Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Sri Srinivas Verma, Honorable Minister from Chhattisgarh, Sri Devangan, Honorable Secretary Steel, Sri Sandeep Pondrik, Director General, World Steel Association, Edwin Basson, and my colleague Anand Goenka, dignitaries and excellencies from across the world who have come here to join India Steel, friends and family members from the steel industry, the wider steel industry across the world who are present here, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to India Steel 2025. As you know, every 2 years we meet here, and when I say the steel family is quite a wide and a deep family. The process of steel making, the whole steel industry ecosystem starts from deep down in the earth, from the mining industry, goes through the technology providers stretched across the world, coming from all over the world. Research happens in laboratories across the country and across the world at different levels. The steel plants, as you know, are cynosure of, also in India we call them temples of India, where we produce steel, right down to the ecosystem of actually the processors who process the steel and the final consumers. India Steel 2025 and India Steel over last 5 sessions, over last 12 years, has established itself as one of the key forums where the whole family gets together, the whole value chain gets together. Today in this hall, I'm sure we have representatives coming from the raw material side, iron ore, coal, different inputs that the steel industry needs. There are technology suppliers, there are research scholars, there are startups who have come here, and also on the demand side, we have got buyers of steel, processors of steel, and end consumers. I welcome you all to India Steel 2025 in a much larger, much broader, much bigger format. We are enthused with the presence and registrations which have come in, which are quite large and quite diverse. I hope over the next 3 years, and this time in India Steel, we have made sure that we have separate sessions for R&D. So lots of laboratory and research people are here who will be participating. We have kept a separate session for startups, the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship that the startups have brought to the Indian scene. We have tried to acknowledge that, and there will be sessions. I welcome you to this session, and over the next 3 days, I hope the bonds of steel will be created, which will have strength of steel. Knowledge will be exchanged, which will be as sharp as steel, and deals will be made, which will be as flexible as steel. A warm welcome to India Steel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the initial remarks, setting the tone and aligning us with this 3-day event in a nutshell. I now request Dr. Edwin Basson, Director General, World Steel Association, for his address. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, Secretary of Steel, Honorable CEOs and delegates, it is, as always, a privilege to be here in India. And in particularly now that after the last couple of years, India is very much firmly into the second position of the second largest steel user and steel producer on a global scale. That means what happens here in India is important on a global basis and important for the global steel industry. It also is indicative of India's status as a developing economy, because we know that the steel industry is a very enabling industry. For every $1 of income generated in the steel industry, we know from studies around the world that there's another $5 on average generated elsewhere in the economic system. And the same with employment. For every one job created in the steel industry, generally there are another 6.5 to 7 jobs created elsewhere in the economic system. So the steel industry is a pillar on which economic development takes place. And for India, we hope this will continue for many, many years, and we know this is the official outlook also for the steel industry. However, the steel industry has a couple of very, very significant challenges facing us in the next number of years. The first is maintaining what we call a level playing field. Our industry depends every year on 1,700 million tons of iron ore being transported across borders, of 100 million tons of scrap being transported across borders. And of the product that we make, 440 million tons on average crosses a border between countries. So if we, as we are seeing at the moment, try too much to put barriers between the flow of material, that will eventually also damage our industry. It is therefore important that all of us in this industry continues to focus on maintaining a level playing field as far as it is possible. The second major challenge that we are facing in the years ahead is the challenge of decarbonization. Much has been spoken about it, but we are now in the process of moving from the talk shop into the workshop. And this is a significant challenge that all of us will have to work on. Most countries have a target of 2050 to be net zero. India has a target of 2070 to be net zero, but if we really think about it, between now and 2050 or now and 2070 is effectively only one investment cycle for our industry. A lot has to be done, and India will have to play a significant role in this process. The third challenge is the human challenge. We are finding in World Steel reports coming from around the world about skills gaps beginning to develop in our industry. Our industry has, for many, many years, been essentially the trainer for the societies where we worked. I think we have to take up this challenge and begin to provide effective training and skills development also on behalf of the societies in which we work. Nevertheless, the good thing is we remain a growing industry. We think that we will see growth in steel use all the way through till 2070. I wish all of you in the steel industry success with this process and with the challenges going ahead. I wish you success with the next 2 or 3 days of conference. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I give the microphone back to you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. I will now request Shri Sandeep Pondrik, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please address us.
Good morning. Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Honorable Verma Sahab, Minister of Industries from Chhattisgarh, DG of World Steel Association, Vice President of FICCI, my colleague, Chairman of SAIL, all the CEOs present in the audience, officers of state governments, all the delegates. Before moving further, I would also say that I will also like to thank Honorable Prime Minister, who will be addressing this India Steel Conference electronically in this session for the first time in its 6th edition. And I would also like to mention our Minister, Mr. Kumaraswamy, who could not attend the conference because of ill health, but who is listening to the conference through video conferencing. Coming to the subject, I will first talk about India and then about India Steel. So as the Director General of World Steel Association said, India is the second largest producer of steel now since 2018. But more importantly, if we take into the consumption, and if you see the consumption figures, for last 4 years we are growing in double-digit percentages. We are perhaps the only major economy in the world where steel consumption is growing more than 10% for 4 consecutive years. What does it mean is that in the steel sector, India is the future. We are not only growing, we will continue to grow for foreseeable future. The reason is, number one, the robust GDP growth rate. This year I think we will have about 6.5%. The second is the infrastructure push by Government of India as well as state governments. So as you know, Government of India has been pushing infrastructure growth, and steel is an important component of that through various schemes, Bharatmala, roads by NHAI, bridges, rural housing, all of that. Then there is private sector growth in real estate, industries, all of that. So because of this, we are having an excellent growth in consumption. If you actually see the numbers, in last, I was having a look at the numbers, since 2013-14, we were about 74 million tons of steel consumption. And in last year, we were 152. So in last 10 years, we have doubled our steel consumption in the country. And this is because of that steel industry is seeing a positive side. Another factor is that our per capita consumption is growing very fast. This year we have crossed 100 kg per person steel consumption, and we hope to reach about 160 kg in next 5-6 years. Because of this robust growth, the capacity addition of steel is happening very fast in the country. In last few years, we have reached from 100 million tons to 200 million tons. This year we have crossed 200 million tons of steel capacity in the country. So Both capacity addition and consumption is growing very fast. The steel sector in India is dominated by private steel players. All of them are here today, from Jindal Steel to JSPL to Tata's to AMNS. All of them have big and ambitious plans, because of which India will definitely achieve 300 million tons of capacity by 2030. So that is on the consumption and capacity. The DG of World Steel Association talked about decarbonization or green steel. I think that's a very important focus area for future. We have to take into account that steel is one of the polluting factors in the manufacturing industry, and we have to take steps for greening of the whole process. But at the same time, we have to ensure that we don't take one size or one size fit all kind of approach, because India is still predominantly dependent on BF-BOF route, while other geographies are basically on DRI route or EAF route. So there will be different approaches for reducing carbon, and we will have to accept that. The differentiated responsibility of different geographies will have to be accepted. If we see the opportunities in the steel sector, I think there are growing opportunities. Also, India is a unique feature that about 40%, 45% of our steel is produced by small industries, small units. So they also have to migrate to better efficiency and greener steel. That is another opportunity as well as challenge. Coming to the conference, as the chairman of SAIL said, we are trying to increase the reach and the level of discussion in this conference. As I said, for the first time, the Honorable Prime Minister will be addressing this conference. We were also expecting chief ministers of the states where steel industry is concentrated in the country to attend. But because of the Pahalgam incident, many of them will not be able to join because they have to attend they have to attend to that issue, which is, I think, more important. So, in addition to that, we have CEOs of technology companies, we have CEOs of steel companies, mining companies. So, we are trying that this conference actually becomes a forum where the future of steel, the future of iron ore mining, manganese mining, all of those are discussed in detail and knowledge is shared. One more thing which we want to focus on is international cooperation. As DG of World Steel Association said, steel is a sector where international cooperation is a must. We are dependent on each other for raw materials, for supply chains, for technologies, for greening. So this could be a good platform where the collaboration opportunities, the cooperation can be extended further. We also have country representatives of many countries, from Australia, from Russia, from Bhutan, from Mongolia. I'm sure they will be enriching this conference to a large extent by bringing value of their countries to this conference. We will be discussing the various aspects of steel for the next 3 days. I'm sure that this conference will be very fruitful for all of you who have come here, and we will go from here with an outcome document which will guide us further for steel as well as mines. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I will now invite Shri Lakhanlal Devanganji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry and Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh, to address this august gathering.
आज हमारे इंडिया स्टील के आज के कार्यक्रम में हम सबके बीच हमारे सम्मानीय मिनिस्टर वर्मा जी, साथ ही हमारे सम्मानीय मेमेंटो जी, प्रकाश जी, पुरानिक जी, सेक्रेटरी स्टील वासन जी, आनंद जी, आप सबको मैं नमस्कार करता हूं और सभी पूरे देश से आए हुए स्टील उद्योग से जुड़े हमारे सभी सम्मानीय साथीगण, हमारे सभी देश से आए हुए अलग अलग स्टील उद्योग से जुड़े हमारे अधिकारी कर्मचारीगण, प्रेस मीडिया के हमारे सभी सम्मानित साथीगण और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय भाइयों एवं बहनों, इंडिया स्टील 2025 के 6वें संस्करण के में देश और दुनिया के पधारे स्टील सेक्टर के प्रतिनिधियों का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि स्टील क्षेत्र में के वैश्विक आयोजन उद्घाटन हमारे देश के माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर रहे हैं। इस्पात मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार और पिक्की संयुक्त तत्वाधान में आयोजित इस सम्मेलन में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन स्टील सेक्टर के साथ ही संपूर्ण उद्योग जगत को नई राह दिखाएगा। इंडिया स्टील 2025 केवल एक व्यावसायिक सम्मेलन नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करने की दिशा में एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के यशस्वी कार्यकाल में देश के विकास तेजी के साथ में छलांग लगाते हुए विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन चुका है। हम जल्द ही 5वें ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य को पूरा करते हुए तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएंगे। भारत आज विश्व का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टील उत्पादक देश है। 2047 तक विकसित भारत का लेकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जो लक्ष्य देश के सामने रखा है, उसे पूरा करने में स्टील सेक्टर की प्रमुख भूमिका है। देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को ताकत देने वाले मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, वोकल फॉर लोकल जैसे अभियान की सफलता स्टील सेक्टर पर ही निर्भर है। स्टील सेक्टर के विकास के लिए माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने PIL समेत कई नीतिगत कदम उठाए हैं। इसका सबसे अधिक लाभ छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे स्टील उत्पादक राज्य को मिल रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य स्टील कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है। हमारे पास लौह भंडार का 18% है। हमारे यहाँ बैलाडीला की खदान से निकलने वाले लौह आयस गुणवत्ता के मामले में सर्वश्रेष्ठ माना जाता है। माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 10 साल में देश में स्टील उत्पादन 88 मिलियन टन से बढ़कर 143.43 मिलियन टन पहुंच गया है। वर्ष 2023 तक 300 मिलियन टन स्टील उत्पादन का लक्ष्य रखा गया है। इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने में छत्तीसगढ़ की अग्रणी भूमिका रहेगी। छत्तीसगढ़ में हम 46 मिलियन टन आयरन का उत्पादन कर रहे हैं। अगले 5 साल में इसे बढ़ाकर हम 65 मिलियन टन के स्तर पर ले जाएंगे। एनएमडीसी स्कलरी पाइपलाइन परियोजना पर भी काम कर रही है, जिससे लोग आवश्यक परिवहन को पर्यावरण अनुकूल बनाया जा सके। हमारे पास कोयला की पर्याप्त मात्रा में है, जो हमें देश का पावर हब बनाते हैं। 2014 में कोयला का उत्पादन 135 मिलियन टन होता था, जो आज बढ़कर 207 मिलियन टन हो चुका है। 2030 तक यह 437 मिलियन टन के स्तर पर पहुंच जाएगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी ने वर्ष 2070 तक देश में शून्य कार्बन उत्सर्जन लक्ष्य रखा है। ग्रीन स्टील से जुड़ी तकनीकों को अपनाने में छत्तीसगढ़ देश के अग्रणी राज्य में शामिल है। छत्तीसगढ़ में मिट्टी से निकला इस्पात आत्मनिर्भर भारत की नींव बन चुका है। आंतरिक से समुद्र तक हम हर सपने को साकार करने में सहभागी हैं। हमें इस बात की गर्व की है, हमारे भिलाई स्टील प्लांट स्पेशल ग्रेड स्टील चंद्रयान में उपयोग हुआ है। बीएसपी के स्टील से बना आईएनएस विक्रांत भारत की समुद्री सीमाओं की सुरक्षा करता है। प्रदेश में स्टील सेक्टर की बड़ी संभावनाओं को देखते हुए हमने प्रदेश में नई उद्योग नीति बनाई है। इस नीति में स्टील जैसे कोर सेक्टर पर सबसे बड़ा ज़्यादा फोकस है। हम स्पन आयरन स्टील यूनिट्स पर 150% तक की इंसेंटिव और छूट दे रहे हैं। स्टील सेक्टर के साथ हमेशा एमएसआई इकाइयों में विकसित होती है। भिलाई स्टील प्लांट के साथ अनेक इकाई भी स्थापित है। स्टील के लिए कनेक्टिविटी बेहद जरूरी होती है। पिछले 1 दशक में छत्तीसगढ़ में मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी अभूतपूर्व कार्य हुआ है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हृदय से आभार करता हूं। अभी 31,000 करोड़ रुपए के रोड प्रोजेक्ट पर काम हो रहा है। विशाखापट्टनम एक्सप्रेस माध्यम से हमारी पोर्ट सिटी शानदार कनेक्टिविटी स्थापित की हो जाएगी। छत्तीसगढ़ में 1853 से 2014 तक 1100 किलोमीटर रेल लाइन बिछाई गई थी। वर्तमान में छत्तीसगढ़ में 48,000 करोड़ रुपए के अधिक की रेल परियोजनाओं का काम चल रहा है। 2030 में इस परियोजनाओं के पूरा होते ही हमारा रेल नेटवर्क दुगुना हो जाएगा। जितना काम 160 साल में हुआ, उससे अधिक काम 15 साल में होगा। गेवरा दीपका कुसमुंडा जैसे कोयला खदानों से कनेक्टिविटी के लिए डबल ट्रैक रेल कॉरिडोर भी तैयार है। जगदलपुर से रावघाट रेल परियोजना के पूर्ण होने बैलाडीला और नारायणपुर से आयरन और परिवहन आसान हो जाएगा। रायपुर, बिलासपुर, जगदलपुर और सरगुजा की एयर कनेक्टिविटी और रायपुर एयरपोर्ट के में कार्गो सुविधा होने से प्रदेश में आर्थिक गतिविधियां को काफ़ी बढ़ावा मिला है। कुछ दिन पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बिलासपुर से नई पावर परियोजनाओं का शुभारंभ भी किया है। छत्तीसगढ़ देश के पावर हाउस के रूप में उभर रहा है। सरप्लस बिजली स्टेट होने के नाते छत्तीसगढ़ स्टील सेक्टर के निवेश के लिए काफ़ी अनुकूल है। बस्तर में नागरनाल स्टील प्लांट के पास एमएसएमई बढ़ावा देने के लिए हम 118 एकड़ क्षेत्र में नया औद्योगिक क्षेत्र स्थापित कर रहे हैं। हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के न्यूनतम सरकार अधिकतम शासन के मंत्र पर चलते हुए 350 से अधिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, स्पीड ऑफ बिजनेस का सबसे अधिक लाभ स्टील सेक्टर को मिल रहा है। नए उद्योग नीति का कमाल है कि सर्वाधिक निवेश प्राप्त करने वाले राज्यों में छत्तीसगढ़ शीर्ष राज्यों में शामिल हो चुका है। हमारे पास स्टील सेक्टर से जुड़े 1 लाख करोड़ के निवेश प्रस्ताव आ चुके हैं। हमने दिल्ली, मुंबई, बेंगलुरु और रायपुर में इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट किया है, जिसमें विभिन्न सेक्टर में 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपये से अधिक निवेश प्रस्ताव मिले हैं। निवेश प्रस्ताव का क्रियान्वयन कितनी त्वरित गति से हो रहा है, इसका अंदाजा इसी बात से लगा सकते हैं। निवेश प्रस्ताव के कुछ दिन बाद भी जमीन आवंटन एवं अन्य सभी स्वीकृतियां प्रदान की जाती है। हाल ही में सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट का भूमि पूजन इसका बेहतरीन उदाहरण है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें आईआईटी भिलाई की सौगात दी है। हम 484 करोड़ रुपए के लागत से अपने आईटीआई को अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं। इससे दक्ष मानव साधारण स्टील सेक्टर की को उपलब्धता होगा। हम सिर्फ स्टील नहीं बनाते, हम देश के विकास का आधार भी गढ़ते हैं। देश को इस्पात उत्पादन का वैश्विक केंद्र बनाने को लेकर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो लक्ष्य हमारे सामने रखा है उसे पूरा करने में छत्तीसगढ़ हमेशा अग्रणी रहेगा। देश के ग्रोथ इंजन छत्तीसगढ़ में आप सभी का स्वागत है। आयरन ओर, कोयला, बिजली जैसे तमाम जरूरी साधनों की पर्याप्त उपलब्धता के साथ बेहतरीन कनेक्टिविटी हमें स्टील में निवेश का आकर्षक केंद्र बनाती है। आप सभी से आह्वान है कि छत्तीसगढ़ के स्टील सेक्टर में निवेश कर आप विकसित भारत की इमारत को और मजबूती प्रदान करें। देश के विकास को लेकर स्टील जैसे दृढ़ता और प्रतिबद्धता रखने वाले माननीय श्री प्रधानमंत्री जी एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय छत्तीसगढ़।
आज के इस अहम अवसर पर आपने सभी को संबोधित करते हुए अपने बहुमूल्य विचार प्रकट किए। मैं दिल की गहराइयों से आभार प्रतीत करती हूँ। Ladies and gentlemen, time now to release the souvenir. I request the honorable ministers and all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais to please do us the honors. Can we have the souvenirs, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, these souvenirs contain messages, articles, and information about the steel sector. Moments to be treasured in the form of photographs. Can you please come together, sir? Sir, आप थोड़े से हाँ, sir, Minister साहब, yes, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I will now invite Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma, Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Government of India, to address us on this significant occasion.
Shri Lakanlal Devangan, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries and Minister of Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri Sandeep Pandit, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Shri Edwin Basan, DG World Steel Association, Shri Amarendra Prakash, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited, Sri Anand Goenka, Senior Vice President, FICCI and Chairman, RPG Group, and esteemed dignitaries, industry stalwarts, and distinguished guests. I am delighted to address this august gathering at 6th edition of India Steel. The prestigious event is a testament to India's unwavering commitment to fortifying its steel sector, a backbone of our industrial progress and economic resilience. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge Sri H.D. Kumar Swamiji, Union Minister of Steel and Heavy Industries. Due to some unexpected issues, he could not join us today. However, he has been a guiding support for all of us. The steel industry is a pivotal pillar of India's economic expansion, contributing nearly 2% to our GDP. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, as we strive towards becoming a $5 trillion economy, the steel sector's role in infrastructure, manufacturing and exports will only become indispensable. Flagship programs such as the National Infrastructure Pipeline and Make in India are driving substantial steel demand across transportation, logistics and urban development. Additionally, the Housing for All initiative under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana and reliance in indigenous production in strategic sectors like defense are driving domestic steel consumption. As we strive for self-sufficiency, we are focusing on developing domestic advanced steel manufacturing capabilities. Our defense sector relies on high-grade steel, which is critical to national security. The power sector depends on specialized steel for energy transmission, renewable projects and thermal plants. The production-linked incentive scheme launched in 2021 is a transformative step towards achieving the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji vision of self-reliance in the steel sector. While India ranks as the second largest producer and consumer of steel, certain high-grade varieties are still imported. The PLA scheme addresses this gap by incentivizing domestic production, offering financial support based on investment and output targets. The initiative has gained significant traction with the announcement of 44 projects by 19 companies committing investments worth 27,000 crore. As we advance towards our target of 300 million ton steel capacity by 2030, addressing decarbonization is key priority for the ministry. The Ministry of Steel is proactively advancing the Green Steel Mission with an estimated outlay of 15,000 crore to support the industry in reducing carbon emissions and progressing towards the net zero target. Additionally, the National Green Hydrogen Mission, led by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, aligns the steel sector with India's broader vision of green hydrogen adoption, facilitating the transition to low-carbon steel production. As part of these efforts, the Union Government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, has sanctioned 3 pilot projects with a financial commitment of 355 crores to integrate hydrogen into steel manufacturing. India's steel exports are navigating a complex global landscape shaped by fluctuating demand, economic uncertainties, and stringent trade regulations. To enhance export to competitiveness, I am happy to note that we are prioritizing production, innovation, cost efficiency, and value-added steel production to cater to high-growth international markets. The Ministry of Steel is actively formulating a comprehensive global outlook strategy to enhance the sector's long-term resilience and competitiveness. This strategy focuses on ensuring raw material security, fostering technological advancements, and strengthening trade and investment flows. Interstate collaboration is essential for an efficient steel ecosystem, given the geographical dispersion of raw material reserves and demand centers across India. By aligning regulatory measures and streamlining resource allocation, states can collaboratively drive industrial growth. The discussions at this conference will be instrumental in shaping the future trajectory of India's steel sector. I call upon all stakeholders to come together in shaping the future of India's steel industry. Together, let us forge a future where India emerges as a global steel powerhouse, leading the change in innovation, sustainability, and economic excellence. Thank you all once again. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for the invigorating words which will inspire all to surge ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. I direct your attention to the screen, please.
सभी सम्मानित अतिथि, मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, इंटरनेशनल डेलीगेट्स और मेरे साथियों, नमस्कार। आज और अगले 2 दिन हम भारत के सनराइज सेक्टर, स्टील सेक्टर के सामर्थ्य और उसकी संभावनाओं पर व्यापक चर्चा करने वाले हैं। एक ऐसा सेक्टर जो भारत की प्रगति का आधार है, जो विकसित भारत की मजबूत नींव है और जो भारत में बड़े बदलाव की नई गाथा लिख रहा है। मैं आप सभी का इंडिया स्टील 2025 में अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है ये आयोजन नए आइडियाज साझा करने के लिए, नए पार्टनर बनाने के लिए और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक नए लॉन्च पैड का काम करेगा। ये स्टील सेक्टर में एक नए अध्याय की शुरुआत का आधार बनेगा। साथियों, स्टील की भूमिका दुनिया की आधुनिक अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में स्केलेटन की तरह रही है। स्काई स्क्रैपर्स हो या शिपिंग, हाईवेज हो या हाई स्पीड रेल, स्मार्ट सिटी हो या इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर, हर सक्सेस स्टोरी के पीछे स्टील की ताकत है। आज भारत $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के संकल्प को सिद्ध करने में जुटा है। इस लक्ष्य को साधने में स्टील सेक्टर की भी भूमिका कम नहीं है। हमें गर्व है कि आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टील उत्पादक बन चुका है। हमने नेशनल स्टील पॉलिसी के तहत 2030 तक 300 मिलियन टन स्टील उत्पादन का लक्ष्य तय किया है। आज हमारी प्रति व्यक्ति स्टील की खपत लगभग 98 किलोग्राम है और ये भी बढ़कर 2030 तक 160 किलोग्राम हो जाने की संभावना है। स्टील का ये बढ़ता कंजम्पशन देश के इंफ्रा और इकोनॉमी के लिए गोल्डन स्टैंडर्ड का काम करता है। ये देश की दिशा, सरकार की एफिशिएंसी और इफेक्टिवनेस की भी एक कसौटी है। साथियों, आज हमारी स्टील इंडस्ट्री अपने भविष्य को लेकर नए भरोसे से भरी हुई है, क्योंकि आज देश के पास पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान जैसा आधार है। पीएम गति शक्ति के जरिए अलग अलग यूटिलिटी सर्विस को, लॉजिस्टिक मोड्स को इंटीग्रेट किया जा रहा है। देश के माइन एरिया और स्टील यूनिट्स को बेहतर मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए मैप किया जा रहा है। देश के पूर्वी भाग में जहां ज्यादातर स्टील सेक्टर मौजूद है, वहां क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अपग्रेड करने के लिए नए प्रोजेक्ट लाए जा रहे हैं। हम $1.3 ट्रिलियन की नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन को भी आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आज देश के शहरों को स्मार्ट सिटीज बनाने के लिए लार्ज स्केल पर काम हो रहा है। रोड्स, रेलवेज, एयरपोर्ट्स, पोर्ट्स और पाइपलाइन के डेवलपमेंट का ये अनप्रेसिडेंटेड पेस स्टील सेक्टर के लिए नई संभावनाएं बना रहा है। आज देश में पीएम आवास योजना के तहत करोड़ों घर बन रहे हैं। जल जीवन मिशन का इतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गांव-गांव में बिल्ड हो रहा है। अक्सर हमारे देश में ऐसी योजनाओं को केवल वेलफेयर के चश्मे से देखा जाता है, लेकिन गरीब कल्याण की ये योजनाएं भी स्टील इंडस्ट्री को नई ताकत दे रही है। हमने ये भी तय किया है कि सरकारी प्रोजेक्ट में सिर्फ मेड इन इंडिया स्टील ही इस्तेमाल हो। इन्हीं प्रयासों का नतीजा है कि बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में स्टील की जो खपत है, उसमें सबसे ज्यादा हिस्सा सरकार से जुड़े इनिशिएटिव्स का है। साथियों, स्टील कितने ही सेक्टर्स की ग्रोथ का प्राइमरी कंपोनेंट है। इसलिए स्टील इंडस्ट्री के लिए सरकार की नीतियां भारत की दूसरी कई इंडस्ट्रीज को ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाने में अहम रोल अदा कर रही है। हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, मशीनरी और ऑटोमोटिव सेक्टर, आज इन सबको भारतीय स्टील इंडस्ट्री से शक्ति मिल रही है। इस बार बजट में हमारी सरकार ने मेक इन इंडिया को गति देने के लिए नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन की भी घोषणा की है। ये मिशन स्मॉल, मीडियम और लार्ज सभी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए है। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन भी हमारी स्टील इंडस्ट्री के लिए नए अवसर खोलेगा। साथियों, भारत लंबे समय तक हाई ग्रेड स्टील के लिए आयात पर निर्भर रहा है। डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटेजिक सेक्टर्स के लिए इस स्थिति को बदलना जरूरी था। आज हमें इस बात का गर्व होता है कि भारत के पहले स्वदेशी एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर को बनाने में जिस स्टील का इस्तेमाल हुआ है वो भारत में बना है। हमारे ऐतिहासिक चंद्रयान मिशन की सफलता में भारतीय स्टील का सामर्थ्य जुड़ा है। कैपेबिलिटी और कॉन्फिडेंस अब दोनों हमारे पास है। ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ। पीएलआई स्कीम के तहत हाई ग्रेड स्टील के उत्पादन के लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए की मदद दी जा रही है और ये तो अभी शुरुआत है। हमें लंबी दूरी तय करनी है। देश में ऐसे कितने ही मेगा प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो रहे हैं जिनमें हाई ग्रेड स्टील की डिमांड और ज्यादा बढ़ने वाली है। इस बार के बजट में हमने शिप बिल्डिंग को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के तौर पर शामिल किया है। हम देश में आधुनिक और बड़े शिप बनाने का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहे हैं। हमारा टारगेट है भारत में बने शिप्स दुनिया के दूसरे देश भी खरीदें। इसी तरह पाइपलाइन ग्रेड स्टील और कोरोजन रेजिस्टेंट एलॉयज की डिमांड भी देश में बढ़ रही है। आज देश में रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी अभूतपूर्व गति से एक्सपांड हो रहा है। ऐसी सभी जरूरतों के लिए गोल होना चाहिए जीरो इंपोर्ट और नेट एक्सपोर्ट। अभी हम 25 मिलियन टन स्टील के एक्सपोर्ट का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रहे हैं। हम 2047 तक अपनी क्षमता 500 मिलियन टन तक पहुंचाने के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इसके लिए जरूरी है कि हमारा स्टील सेक्टर न्यू प्रोसेसेस, न्यू ग्रेड्स और न्यू स्केल के लिए तैयार हो। हमें भविष्य को ध्यान में रखकर एक्सपांड और अपग्रेड करना होगा। हमें अभी से फ्यूचर रेडी बनना होगा। स्टील इंडस्ट्री के इस ग्रोथ पोटेंशियल में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन की, रोजगार के अवसर की अनंत संभावनाएं हैं। मैं प्राइवेट और पब्लिक सेक्टर दोनों से आह्वान करता हूं, आप नए आइडिया डेवलप करें, उन्हें नर्चर करें और शेयर करें। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, R&D में, टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड में हमें मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है। देश के युवाओं के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार के नए अवसर बनाने हैं। साथियों, स्टील इंडस्ट्री की विकास यात्रा में कुछ चुनौतियां भी हैं और आगे बढ़ने के लिए इनका समाधान करना भी आवश्यक है। रॉ मटेरियल सिक्योरिटी एक बड़ी चिंता है। हम अभी भी निकेल, कोकिंग कोल और मैंगनीज के लिए आयात पर निर्भर है और इसलिए हमें ग्लोबल साझेदारियों को मजबूत करना होगा, सप्लाई चेन्स को सिक्योर बनाना होगा, टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड करने पर फोकस करना होगा। हमें और तेजी से एनर्जी एफिशिएंट, लो एमिशन और डिजिटली एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी की ओर बढ़ना होगा। एआई, ऑटोमेशन, रिसाइकलिंग और बाय प्रोडक्ट यूटिलाइजेशन स्टील इंडस्ट्री का भविष्य तय करेगी। इसलिए हमें इनमें इनोवेशन के लिए अपने प्रयास बढ़ाने होंगे। हमारे ग्लोबल पार्टनर्स और भारतीय कंपनियां साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में काम करेंगे तो इन चुनौतियों का और तेजी से समाधान होगा। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं, कोल आयात, खासकर कोकिंग कोल आयात का असर कॉस्ट और इकोनॉमी दोनों पर पड़ता है। हमें इसके ऑल्टरनेटिव तलाशने होंगे। आज डीआरआई रूट और अन्य आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजीज उपलब्ध है। हम इन्हें और बढ़ावा देने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए हम कोल गैसिफिकेशन का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। कोल गैसिफिकेशन के जरिए हम देश के कोल संसाधनों का बेहतर इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आयात पर निर्भरता कम कर सकते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा स्टील इंडस्ट्री के सभी प्लेयर्स इस प्रयास का हिस्सा बने, इस दिशा में जरूरी कदम उठाएं। साथियों, एक और अहम विषय अनयूज्ड ग्रीनफील्ड माइंस का भी है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में देश ने कई माइनिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। आयरन ओर की अवेलेबिलिटी आसान हुई है। अब इन एलोटेड माइंस का, देश के इन संसाधनों का सही इस्तेमाल करना और समय पे करना, ये बहुत जरूरी है। इसमें जितनी देरी होगी, देश का तो नुकसान होगा ही होगा, इंडस्ट्री का भी उतना ही नुकसान होगा। इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा ग्रीन फील्ड माइनिंग को तेज किया जाए। साथियों, आज का भारत केवल डोमेस्टिक ग्रोथ की नहीं सोच रहा, बल्कि ग्लोबल लीडरशिप के लिए भी तैयार हो रहा है। आज दुनिया हमें हाई क्वालिटी स्टील के ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखती है। जैसा कि मैंने कहा, हमें स्टील के वर्ल्ड क्लास स्टैंडर्ड्स को बनाए रखना होगा, खुद को अपग्रेड करते रहना होगा। लॉजिस्टिक में सुधार, मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट नेटवर्क का विकास और लागत कम से कम, ये भारत को ग्लोबल स्टील हब बनाने में मदद करेंगे। साथियों, इंडिया स्टील का ये प्लेटफॉर्म हमारे पास एक अवसर है, जहां से हम अपनी क्षमताओं का विस्तार करेंगे, जहां से हमारे आइडियाज को जमीन पर उतारने का रास्ता बनाएंगे। मैं आप सभी को इस अवसर पर शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आइए मिलकर एक रेजिलिएंट, रिवॉल्यूशनरी और स्टील स्ट्रांग भारत का निर्माण करें। धन्यवाद।
Towards the Honorable Prime Minister for his words of wisdom. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for memento presentation as a token of appreciation, and I request Shri Sandeep Pondrik, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please do the honors. Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma ji, Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries, Government of India. So please accept this memento as a token of respect and love. Shri Lakhanlal Devanganji, Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce and Labour, Government of Chhattisgarh. इस सम्मान चिन्ह का आदर तथा प्रेम का प्रतीक स्वीकार करें। Dhanyavad. And now the concluding address and vote of thanks will be delivered by Shri Anant Goenka, Senior Vice President FICCI and Vice Chairman RPG Group.
Shri Devanganji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry and Labour, Chhattisgarh. Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma, Honorable Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industries. Shri Sandeep Pondrik, Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Dr. Edwin Bosson, DG World Steel Association. Shri Amarendra Prakash, Chair, FICCI Steel Committee and Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited. Senior members of Indian industry, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI and the Ministry of Steel, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being here with us for the inaugural session of India Steel 2025. The steel industry today serves as a critical catalyst for advancing multiple national priorities. Its growth generates a multiplier effect on manufacturing, industrial and economic growth. To support the growth of steel industry, it is essential to address certain challenges such as financing of capacity augmentation, dumping, cost competitiveness, and regulatory pressure around decarbonization and as we transition to green steel. Today's conference has been organized at a crucial juncture as we navigate through volatile and a fragmented world. India Steel 2025 provides us as a forum to shape the industry's trajectory, bringing together diverse stakeholders to form partnerships and strategies that will define India's steel sector for years to come. Building on the legacy of more than a decade, the 2025 edition is expected to welcome over 12,000 visitors, 200 exhibitors, 1,000 delegates from across the world. On this occasion, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Steel, led by Shri Kumaraswamy, Honorable Minister, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma, Honorable Minister of State for Steel, for their leadership and support to FICCI. I would also like to thank Shri Pondrik Ji, Secretary of Steel, and Shri V.K. Tripathi Ji, Joint Secretary Steel, for their continued guidance and support throughout, especially for the successful organization of this event. I also extend my gratitude to my colleague, Mr. Prakash, co-chair of the FICCI Steel Committee, for his leadership to FICCI's initiatives in this domain and for outlining the strategic roadmap for this sector. On behalf of the organizing committee, I convey deep regards and gratitude to all our distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, partners, exhibitors, sponsors, and our friends from the media. As we conclude this inaugural session, I urge everyone to actively engage in upcoming technical sessions, sectoral, state and country roundtable interactions and other meetings. Let us collaborate, share ideas, forge partnerships that will drive innovation and sustainable growth in our sector. I wish all of you a productive and insightful India Steel 2025 experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will close with a group picture. Please come together for a group photograph. यादगार पल हम सभी के लिए कैप्चर हो रहे हैं फोटोग्राफ्स के रूप में. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you in earnest to please remain seated for a few more moments. So with that, we conclude the inaugural session. Request the honorable ministers and esteemed dignitaries to kindly proceed towards the exhibition area, hall 4, for ribbon cutting, while the audience members are requested to please remain in their seats for a few more moments. Thank you. I thank you for your cooperation in advance. Just stay with us for a few more moments, and then later we can break for tea, coffee. Tea, coffee has been arranged in the adjoining foyer outside this conference area. It is 11:10 now. Let us reassemble at 11:50. We have a good 40-minute break. Please reassemble at 11:50, which will ensure us that we begin the next session well in time. Thank you for your cooperation. in the next couple of moments. All those inside requested to please be seated and do ensure that your cell phones are on the silent so as to avoid disturbances during the proceedings. Thank you for your cooperation. requesting all those standing behind, towards the sides and the aisles to please settle down quickly as we are beginning this session. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a panel discussion on Viksit Bharat, role of steel sector in Indian economy. I invite on stage His Excellency Mikhail Yurin, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Industry and Trade, Government of Russian Federation. Welcome, sir. Shri Amarendu Prakash, Chair FICCI Steel Committee and Chairman Steel Authority of India Limited. Welcome again. Shri Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Jayant Acharya, Joint Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, JSW Group. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Hitoshi Kawano, Chief Executive Officer, Primetals Technologies India Limited. Welcome to you. And Shri Anthony Crasto, Senior Partner, Deloitte. Welcome. At the outset, I call upon Shri Amarendu Prakash, Chair FICCI Steel Committee and Chairman Steel Authority of India Limited for the welcome and context setting.
Thank you so much, and once again a warm welcome to the session. A full hall like this is always gives us the hope and the confidence that you are finding the conference interesting and useful. Thank you so much for being here. The topic for the session, a Viksit Bharat and the role of steel in creating a Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat, which literally translates into a developed India. The panel today on the stage, as you can see, from the economic advisor, from Mr. Acharya, from the industry, as well as international participation coming in the form of Mr. Kawano, CEO of Primetals Technology Group, His Excellency Deputy Minister from Russia. What this reflects the kind of interest and the kind of enthusiasm in the growth story of India, in the whole economic growth story of India. As we have seen over the past few years, India became the second largest steel making country in the world a few years back. India crossed the limit to today is the fifth largest economy in the world coming over. For a long time, you see, the world has been divided into a developed world, a developing world, an emerging world, and so many phrases and terminologies have been used by management gurus and economists. And there has always been a question. I remember before I joined this industry, there was always a question that how long does a developing world remain a developing world and not a developed world? When do you actually get developed? In the past few years, in past decade, I find very clearly emerging goals and milestones which define a country as developed. As India embarks on this journey of becoming a Viksit Bharat, a developed world by 2047, which is the target, we need to look at the enablers which will make it happen. There are many sayings about steel. For the past 150 years across the world, steel has been the cornerstone of building infrastructure, cornerstone of building facilities, cornerstone of building consumer products. I take the opportunity, I come from Steel Authority of India Limited SAIL. We have a tagline which has been standing for 30 years where we say, there is a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life. Here on this forum, let me declare, there is a lot of steel in everybody's life. wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are, the building that you live in consumes steel. The car that you took to this place consumes steel. The flight that you took had a lot of steel in it. The airport which was built has a lot of steel on it. Everywhere that you go, coming down to the smaller things in your home, when you are using a safety pin or if you are using a tie pin, it has got steel in it. Every time you brush your teeth, you see that plastic was made through steel molds. So almost every sphere of life, we touch lives. And steel goes into the foundation of building economies, building countries across the world. This remains universally true. If we look at economic numbers, steel today contributes about 2% to India's GDP. The annual GDP has, the role of steel is 2% directly from the steel industry. But when in the morning, DG, World Steel Association, Edwin was talking about, $1 in the steel industry generates $5 in the economy. One job in the steel industry generates 7 jobs across the economy. That's the kind of multiplier effect that steel brings. Today's panel here, and I welcome all, is a very informed and well-reasoned panel which can throw light on what can be the trajectory to a developed India, how steel can contribute to it. I welcome all, and I'm sure there will be great discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the initial remarks and also for setting the tone of the upcoming deliberation. So with that, I will request the moderator of this panel discussion, Shri Anthony Crasto, Senior Partner, Deloitte, to please take charge. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mansi. And thank you, Mr. Amarendu, for setting the context very aptly. We have heard our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. He brought forward his vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, and very clearly today in the inaugural session he mentioned how steel as a sector is going to contribute, how do we need to become a net exporter, how do we need to export more, how do we need to bring about a lot of change in the way the sector works in terms of getting more green steel, looking at AI, looking at automation, also looking at the public and private partnership and coming up with new ideas to drive that growth which is there. And as Mr. Amredu mentioned, the steel sector contributes to 2% to the GDP, and the multiplier effect that it has can have a significant amplifying effect in the future and be a significant part of the Viksit Bharat growth trajectory which is there. Today, it's an honor and a privilege to moderate this panel of both India leaders as well as global leaders. We'll have perspectives from both sides in terms of how India is growing and how, as a global perspective, how countries can come together in this collaborative growth which is there for both countries and as we progress on our journey of Viksit Bharat 2047. So with that, I would like to start the first question with Acharya ji. As we all know, India is aiming to triple the entire output which we looked at from 150 million tons to almost 500 million tons by 2047. You being in your leadership perspective and being one of the largest players in India, how do you see from your perspective, what are the kind of structural reforms or investments which would be required for us to go into that trajectory of 2047? And how do we also be competitively at a global level?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very happy to be here with all of you. So India is on a transformative path, I think, towards Viksit Bharat 2047, and steel is going to be a building block for this journey. Our aim is to reach 500 million tons, as you rightly said, in terms of capacity, and maybe about 450 million tons in terms of demand. So I think it's important for the world to understand that India will build capacity for its own demand. And that is where we stand out vis-a-vis others, where they need export as a market. For us, we have a domestic market, and that's a very key differentiator. In India, I think the opportunities, if you really see on urbanization, if you really see the focus on manufacturing, if you look at sustainable investments which the government has been doing on infrastructure, we have seen a very rapid and strong demand of steel in the country. And this is only going to grow as we see in the coming decade or two. I think what is critical for us to achieve this, 500 million ton is not a small number. Our current capacities are 200 odd million tons. What is critical to achieve this, I think, would be 4 points, if I can put them across. One is raw material availability. So iron ore, we have ample resources. It is very important to have consistent supply of iron ore, and the government has been very proactive. Ministry of Steel has also been supportive. Auction of mines have happened, but to see that the production from those mines come in time consistently is a critical area. The second thing is India has a lot of low-grade quality iron ore, and it's important for us to utilize the resources which we have in the country. Therefore, it is important for us to have enabling policies which will facilitate use of this low grade through beneficiation technologies. So this point on iron ore. The second important raw material for us is coking coal. And India relies a lot on imports of coking coal, which is a very volatile commodity. We have coking coal assets in the country. They are of a lower grade, but it can be enabled. I think we need to develop these assets, provide mining linkages and washeries so that we are able to use this coking coal in an appropriate blend. The third point is on land. I think historically land acquisition in the country has been challenging. Fast execution of projects with the timeline is very important for cost. So land reforms and policies towards that will be supportive for a faster execution of the project. And the fourth is regulatory policy, stability, faster clearances and approvals, especially environmental clearances. I think that can fast track the overall development of the entire ecosystem in that area. So I think with this, India, as I said, has a strong demand. If we are able to create the capacity in time, we will be very well placed to meet the demand in India and maybe export value-added engineering products to the world.
And very, very well articulated, Mr. Acharya, in terms of the areas which we as a country would need to focus on, whether it be in terms of land reforms or in terms of how do you improve the beneficiation and process which is there, or even raw material security. One area which we would like to hear your views on is also on JSW has a very strong commitment to sustainability, right? So from that perspective, it creates both opportunities and challenges. So how do you see that as JSW as an organization transitioning from traditional steel making to more green steel making and the growth journey on that as well?
Yeah, so the journey of decarbonization in the steel industry is a complex one. We are steel emitting, or rather steel is a carbon emission emitting industry. But I think as JSW we have taken a very aggressive target to see that by 2050 we become net zero, well ahead of the national target of 2070. We have taken initiatives for the short term and for the long term. So in the short term, what we are trying to do is transition to renewable energy, which is commercially more viable. Secondly, we are trying to improve manufacturing areas, the energy and process efficiencies, which we can do. The third is improve the raw material quality, which we feed into our furnaces, so that reduces your fuel consumption. And the fourth is look at emerging technologies like green hydrogen, CCUS, carbon capture, use and storage, which I think will evolve and mature over time. But our hydrogen plant, the first one, the pilot plant, will start in this quarter, and we will start generating green hydrogen at our south plant in Vijayanagar. So having said that, I think the other thing which we need to be conscious about is that decarbonization requires substantial investments. And as we spend this money, it is important for us to look as a country at a viability gap funding which may be required to actually transition to green steel. So you require a lot of renewable energy, hydrogen requires a lot of renewable energy, investments will be large. So one is viability gap funding. I think the second one is we should mandate. I think the government has done very well to announce a green policy, the taxonomy for green steel. I think what we are looking forward towards now is that the government will announce a mandate for steel consumption, green steel consumption in all government projects across the country. And this should be mandated similar to the RPO, the Renewable Power Obligation, which was done earlier, and that will facilitate demand for green steel. So as a company, we are very committed to this journey, and we will ensure that we meet this goal by 2050, which we have undertaken.
That's very good. I think it deserves a clap as well, audience, on this meeting. We'll come to Hitosha-san on the various technologies in steelmaking, but before that, we would like to have a global view as well. His Excellency Mikhail Yurin is there. So, Mr. Yurin, the first question is in terms, if you look, India and Russia have shared a very long and strategic partnership on energy and on heavy industries. How do you envision this collaboration evolving in the steel sector, particularly in terms of technology transfer, R&D, and even joint ventures between India and Russia? If you could share some inputs on that, sir.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear friends. My English not well, and I will speak Russian, and
Sure.
my friend help me to translate. Во-первых, хотел бы вас всех поприветствовать, всех участников от себя лично и от имени Министерства промышленности и торговли Российской Федерации.
First of all, I would like to extend my greetings to you on behalf of myself personally and on behalf of Ministry of Industry and Trade of Russian Federation.
Хотел бы поблагодарить правительство Индии, Министерство стали Индии и Федерации индийских торгово-промышленных палат за организацию и проведение 6-й международной выставки и конференции «Индия Стил».
I would like to thank the Government of India, the Ministry of Steel of India, as well as the FICCI for organizing and hosting this exhibition India Steel.
Вы предоставляете всем участникам, делегатам, бизнесу и другим ключевым лицам, принимающим решения в сталелитейной и других смежных отраслях, возможность взаимодействовать и изучать новые направления отрасли и бизнеса.
You are providing to all the participants, namely delegates, businesses, and other key decision makers in the steel and related industries, with a huge opportunity to interact and explore new directions in the industry and business.
То, что касается взаимоотношений России и Индии, то нас связывают давние, основанные на прочном фундаменте многолетней дружбы и взаимной симпатии народов обеих стран.
Russia and India sharing a long-standing relationship built on a solid ties and foundation of many years on friendship and mutual sympathy between people and of both countries.
Эти узы скреплены не только экономической и политической выгодой взаимодействия сторон, но и общностью взглядов на основные процессы развития системы международных отношений.
These bonds are cemented not only by the economic and political benefits of interaction between the parties, but also by commonality of views on key issues in the development of the international relations system.
Сегодня российско-индийские отношения носят характер особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
Today, Russia and India relations are characterized as a strategic privileged partnership.
Индия занимает важное место в новой концепции внешней политики Российской Федерации, принятой 31 марта 2023 года.
India holds an important place in the new foreign policy concept of Russian Federation, which was approved on March 31, 2023.
В данной концепции отмечено, что Россия будет и далее наращивать партнерство с Республикой Индия в целях расширения уровня взаимодействия во всех сферах на взаимовыгодной основе и уделять особое внимание увеличению объемов двусторонних торговых отношений.
This concept notes that Russia will continue to expand its partnership with the Republic of India to enhance the level of interaction in all areas on a mutually beneficial basis, paying particular attention to increasing the volume of bilateral trade.
Для этого правительствами обоих стран ведется непрерывная работа по обеспечению благоприятных условий реализации потенциала двустороннего взаимодействия.
To this point, continuous work is underway to ensure favorable conditions for making the potential of bilateral trade happen.
Одной из прикладных задач верхнего уровня можно считать договоренность лидеров России и Индии в ходе переговоров в Москве о наращивании товарооборота между странами до $100 миллиардов США к 2030 году.
One of the specific high-level tasks to consider is the arrangement reached by the leaders of our countries in Moscow last year, which is to increase the bilateral trade between our countries up to $100 billion by 2030.
Наши страны успешно стремятся к достижению данного показателя, и по итогам 2024 года мы уже превысили значение в $70 миллиардов США.
Our countries are successfully striving to achieve this indicator, having exceeded the value of bilateral trade of $70 billion as a result of 2024.
Несомненно, это делает вклад в достижение Индии поставленной стратегической цели – перейти в статус развитого государства к 2047 году.
This undoubtedly contributes to India's achievement of its strategic goal, which was mentioned, of transitioning to the status of the developed nation by 2047, the Viksit Bharat.
Я хотел бы отметить, что в двусторонней торговле важную роль играет именно не сырьевая, не энергетическая продукция.
It should be noted that for Russia, the non-resource, non-energy projects play important in the role of bilateral trade.
Россия и Индия имеют огромный потенциал для развития сотрудничества, в том числе и в сфере металлургии.
Russia and India have a great potential to develop cooperation in all areas, including the field of metallurgy.
Ведь сотрудничество это началось еще в середине прошлого века, когда совместными усилиями наших специалистов были реализованы проекты по строительству и запуску индийских металлургических предприятий.
Cooperation in this area has a long-lasting history and started in the middle of the last century, when with the help of an effort of joint specialists from India and Russia, there were projects implemented in India.
Это Бхилайский металлургический завод и металлургический завод Бокаро.
That's namely the Bhilai steel plant and the Bokaro steel plant.
Оба предприятия на сегодняшний входят в структуру компании «Саил», и помимо регулярных двусторонних поставок металлургической продукции, между нашими странами можно отметить несколько знаковых проектов российских компаний, которые сейчас реализуются.
So these two mentioned steel plants are now under governance of Steel Authority of India. Still, it's the history, but in addition, today we are having a number of projects underway between our countries, and I would like to name a few.
Так, группой НЛМК был реализован проект по строительству завода по производству электротехнической трансформаторной стали в штате Махараджа.
The first one is the Russian NLMK group implemented a project and successfully built the plant for production of electrical transformer steel in the Maharashtra state.
Российская компания «Русал» в марте 2025 года заключила соглашение с компанией «Пионер» о покупке поэтапном 26% акций компании, занимающейся производством глинозема в штате Андхра-Прадеш.
And the second one is the Rusal company has signed and concluded the agreement with the Pioneer company in Andhra Pradesh, considering 26% acquisition of the alumina production.
Также мы считаем, что в Российской Федерации создана очень успешная и устойчивая металлургическая отрасль.
We also consider that Russia has a very well-established and structured metallurgical industry,
которая обладает большим потенциалом производства специальных сталей,
which has a good potential for developing the sub-industry of specialty steels.
И мы готовы и дальше углублять взаимодействие между нашими компаниями.
And we are ready to deepen cooperation in this particular area between our countries.
И совместными усилиями бизнеса и профессионального сообщества мы намерены продолжать создавать условия для устойчивого развития металлургических отраслей наших стран.
Through the joint efforts of business and the professional community, we intend to continue creating conditions for the sustainable development of metallurgical industry of both our countries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Urin, and really valid inputs and very heartwarming on the collaborative approach both countries and leaders have followed, and the objective to have the bilateral trade go up to $100 billion. I think it's commitment by leaders for both countries to work together, and I believe that's going to be a strong step towards Viksit Bharat as we go to 2047. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to add an add-on question on that. We have seen in this context of global trade dynamics that are taking place as of now, what are the kind of opportunities that you see for India-Russia cooperation in raw material sourcing or in terms of infrastructure development which may be there? I know you talked about the plants and the collaborations in Maharashtra and other states where we have set in investments. Any other inputs on those that will help, sir?
Thank you very much for your question. На сегодняшний день мы наблюдаем все больше потенциальных направлений взаимодействия между нашими странами по всей цепочке создания стоимости металлургической продукции.
Today, we are seeing an increasing number of potential areas of interaction between our countries across the entire value chain of metallurgical products.
От добычи сырья, в том числе коксующегося угля, до производства различных изделий из стали.
From mining and extraction of raw materials, including coking coal, to the production of various steel products.
Я считаю, что высокий потенциал имеет сотрудничество в области совместной модернизации индийских металлургических предприятий, которые в том числе были построены с использованием советских технологий.
I see a good prospects for developing cooperation in terms of joint modernization of Indian metallurgical enterprises, many of which, as we already mentioned, were built with using of Soviet technologies.
Например, у Министерства промышленности и торговли есть подведомственная организация, это профильный институт ЦНИ Чермет имени Бардина, которая как раз выполняет весь комплекс услуг по проектированию и инжинирингу модернизации предприятий.
I will give an example. We have a special entity for that in Russia, which is a part of Ministry of Industry and Trade, which is called SNI Chermet in Bardina, so which is particularly emphasized its activities on developing new project solution for this kind of industry, metallurgical factories.
Также уже сейчас осуществляется взаимодействие по обмену технологиями производства специальных сталей.
Cooperation is also underway in the area of technology exchange for the production of specialty steels.
Как я уже выше говорил о проекте по производству трансформаторных сталей.
As I already mentioned about the project of the transformer steel.
Текстурированной, холоднокатанной электротехнической стали.
Textured cold-rolled electrical steel.
Аморфной стали, технологии выплавки стали без использования кокса с применением природного газа и водорода, ну и разработки суперсплавов и высокопрочных сплавов.
Amorphous steel technologies for smelting steel without the use of coke, with the use of natural gas and hydrogen, the development of super alloys and high-strength alloys.
В Российской Федерации были решены в свое время очень сложные технические задачи по созданию атомной отрасли, по созданию космической отрасли. И ни одна из этих отраслей не может существовать без очень продвинутой наукоемкой металлургии.
Historically, Russia made a huge development in such industries as nuclear power and aerospace. And none of these sectors can survive and strive without a strong and solid metallurgical industry.
Также не могу не упомянуть про специальное применение всех видов сталей в области обороны и безопасности страны.
So it's also worth mentioning that this steel also is very widely used and needed in specific sectors, namely for security as well.
И в текущих реалиях мы готовы к кооперации, готовы к более глубокому взаимодействию.
And nowadays, as I mentioned, we are ready to cooperate in the all aforementioned sectors.
Еще одной важной сферой взаимодействия является образование и подготовка кадров.
In addition, an important area of interaction is education and training.
Российские высшие и средние учебные заведения готовы организовать подготовку индийских специалистов для металлургической отрасли.
In this regard, Russian higher and secondary educational institutions are ready to organize training for Indian specialists for the metallurgical industry.
Отдельно хотел бы отметить вопрос развития грузовой логистики между нашими странами.
Separately, it's worth noting the issue and the challenges of developing freight logistics between our countries.
Сегодня разрабатываются новые, надежные и доступные транспортные коридоры для упрощения логистики.
Today, reliable and affordable transport corridors are being developed to simplify logistics between our countries, to reduce the delivery time of goods and transport costs.
Сокращение времени доставки товаров и сокращение транспортных издержек.
As I mentioned, the reduction of delivery time and goods and transport costs are the priority.
Развивается международный транспортный коридор север-юг.
The international north-south transport corridor is being developed.
Также возобновлено регулярное сообщение по морскому транспортному коридору Ченнаи-Владивосток.
And regular traffic has resumed along the Chennai-Vladivostok maritime transport corridor.
Постоянно увеличивается количество регулярных рейсов между портами России и Индии. Развивается прямое грузовое авиасообщение между аэропортами крупных мегаполисов наших стран.
The number of regular flights between ports of Russia and India is increasing, and direct cargo air service between airports of our countries is developing.
Вот, наверное, крупными мазками о нашем взаимодействии.
That's the major points of our huge interaction in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Urin. And the cooperation built up, as you rightly mentioned, in terms of not only the trade corridors, but also in terms of the training opportunities which are there on metallurgy. And that cooperation will also help between both the countries in addition to the investments being made. So thank you very much for the inputs, Mr. Urin. Moving on the technology side, because that's going to be very important, I wanted to move over to Hitoshi-san. Prime Metals has been at the forefront of developing green steel technologies globally. What breakthrough innovations which you see and believe would be most suited for India, which we could adopt in India, sir?
Okay. Before replying to your question, please let me say something. Okay?
Sure.
मेरा नाम हितोशी कावानाहा है, Japanese. But my heart is with India for a long time, so I would like to reply to your question in view of the Indian people.
Absolutely.
Okay? And everybody agrees, that in global view, that let's say that the 2050, 2050, I mean, there are three major steel-making routes: blast furnace route, and DRI route, and scrap EAF route. However, when it comes to the Indian economy, that within the very short period, within the very short period, 2047, we should reach 500 million, right? So India, our economy should heavily rely on that blast furnace technology, blast furnace route for the time being. So, and on the other hand, when you're talking about the green steel, that the key word is high efficiency, low emission, and recycling. So we have that several technology in order to promote the green steel. For example, for the blast furnace route, we have that 82 injection system. And recently we have done it with that Tata Steel. I mean, first project in India. Just, good amount, we inject good amount of that H2 into the blast furnace in order to improve that efficiency of the blast furnace. And also, SIP, sequential impulse process. we make the shock wave of the oxygen and again that put into the blast furnace to boost the efficiency of the blast furnace. And now we are doing it with JSW. Okay? And when it comes to the recycling, we have the waste gas recycling system. We have already applied to JVML, again that JSW. And behind the scene, I don't think that I cannot make announcement, still not yet, but we are doing some discussion with big name of the steel producer like SAIL. Okay. Don't worry, I will not make announcement. Okay. And the DRI route, we have the several technology, you know, that the DRI with the hydrogen integration. We will, use that 100% of the hydrogen to, or the H2 natural gas blend one to boost the efficiency of the DRI process. And it is still under, pilot plant base. We have that HIFO technology, hydrogen-based fin ore reduction. Now we have the pilot plant with TSEM. Okay. And scrap electrical arc furnace. Still, as I told you, still that we should rely on that blast furnace route, but in near future, of course, when it comes to the scrap recycling, we cannot ignore the electrical arc furnace. So, backed up by our digitalization technology or the prediction technology, we have that good technology. We call it the EAF Ultimate. And also by preheating that scrap, we can realize that the 100% scrap-based electrical arc furnace. These are the no more than the example of that our technology applicable to the green steel, but in view of the technology supplier, I'm not supposed to say that, but I'll tell it. Not only the prime metals, but also our competitor also have the such kind of technologies. You can pick up that adequate green steel technology, and of course we can improve ourselves through that very hard competition with our respectable competitors. Yes. These are the examples, no more than examples of our green steel portfolio menu.
Thank you, Hitoshi-san, on the examples that you shared on how technology can ensure higher process efficiency and lower emissions which are there. Yes. But as we move in, and you talked about even competitors having those kind of technologies which can be used from an Indian perspective, how do we bring it together? And whether these technology service providers or alliance partners, how do we stitch together those technologies to drive efficiency and lower emissions? But one thought was there, through this global collaboration, do you think there can be certain joint pilot platforms which get developed, which we can implement together? Any thoughts on that at a sector level?
Jointly?
Yeah.
As I told you that now we have that doing some project jointly with JSW and Tata Steel, and we are discussing something with SAIL. Okay. And while that waiting for that collaboration in India, globally we are doing some collaboration.
Okay.
Okay. But sooner is better.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we look forward for those as they come out and those collaborations and
yes,
support to the Indian economy. I would move over to Ashwini ji. Thank you, Hitoshi-san. Ashwini ji, you have been the economic advisor role which is there, and how do you see the steel industry sector contributing to Viksit Bharat, and what do you see from a transformation perspective, reform perspective, how that will shape up in the future?
I think it's important to get a hang of the idea of Viksit Bharat. What do we exactly mean by Viksit Bharat? Literally, developed India. In terms of definitional things, developed countries where per capita income is 12,000 to 14,000 USD. India currently is marginally below $3,000 per capita income in a year. So we have to increase our per capita income 4 times in a span of what, 22 years, which essentially translates to roughly 7% growth in per capita income year after year, and we have to sustain it for more than 2 decades. If we add population growth of 1% every year, that means our GDP growth has to be 8% and above on a sustained basis for more than 2 decades. A long way to go, as our Honorable Prime Minister said. So it's an uphill task. And coming back to steel, what it essentially means is that the demand for steel is kind of derived demand, and across the world, people look at GDP growth to get a proxy of what will be the growth in demand for steel. In case of India, in recent years, we have seen that the demand of steel has grown at a much faster pace than the GDP growth. So if we think of 8% growth in GDP, steel demand is certainly going to grow by more than 10% every year for next 2 decades, if we have to meet the target of Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's a huge number we are talking of then. And then there's separate dynamics. When we talk of growth in production of steel to that extent, 500 million ton by 2047, dynamics of backward and forward linkages. So as Mr. Jayant Acharya mentioned, raw material security, essentially backward linkages in the society, in the economy. He has very correctly pointed out issues related to raw materials, coking coal, iron ore. We must start looking at scrap also as one of important raw materials. Mr. Cavano alluded to scrap recycling as one of the ways of decarbonizing of steel sector. As of now, India is a scrap deficient country in the sense that we depend on scrap imports to meet roughly 1/3 of our scrap recycling demand. And because of historically low level of steel consumption in India, we have got, there's a end of life scrap, and that means 20-25 years or more than that to translate into scrap. If we look at world map, there is a regional imbalance in availability of scrap. And interesting part is that across the world, several countries have started imposing restrictions on exports of scrap. So that is one challenge which Indian steel sector facing when we start thinking in terms of how do we address the twin challenges of growing steel production and decarbonizing steel sector. Then the fact that, there are so many economic commentators who keep saying that one of the major bottlenecks in growth of India is inadequate infrastructure, inadequate and poor infrastructure. So there is a huge pent-up demand for infrastructure. And that gives very good hope for the steel sector in the sense that Indian steel sector does not face demand side risk. In fact, India has become the main target for other countries where steel production is more than their domestic demand. So they look at Indian market as one of the, targets to offload their surplus production or marketable surplus production. It's a complex world that we are living in. On the one hand, we are talking of overcapacities in several countries, and India is India is the bright spot in the global steel map, in the sense that we are the only country where steel demand is growing at a robust pace, where Indian steel companies are thinking of expanding their production capacities, and I'm just trying to connect the dots. So expanding production capacities also requires massive investment. The investment requirements, when we talk of expanding from current production capacity of roughly 200 million ton to 500 million ton in 2047, the number, I don't think there is any quantification done on that number, but that must be an astronomical number. Indian financial markets needs to step up to meet the financing requirement. Steel companies will have to mobilize this finance to meet their investment requirements. Indian financial markets are one source. We have to look at global markets also, particularly in view of the interest rate differentials, if there are any. Of course, there are exchange rate risks involved. And I also think that there is a valid case for multilateral development banks to chip in a bigger way and offer loans on concessional rate of interest, particularly when steel sector is undertaking decarbonization projects. Mr. Acharya alluded to viability gap funding, the need of viability gap funding. It's a global commons problem that we are addressing. And in terms of liability on India, in terms of historical emissions, we must not be penalized that much. So I think we must push multilateral development banks to offer. I know it for a fact that Ministry is in talks with some multilateral development banks for financing decarbonization projects in Indian steel sector. So that is another area where both the government and the industry will have to work together to mobilize finances at a concessional rate.
Thank you, Ashwini. Financial closure is going to be important because for the growth, investment is going to be a very important aspect as we drive it. And when we look at decarbonization and other areas, as you mentioned, that also requires heavy investment, right? Because we have to balance both of it together to meet the objectives. In your view, I just wanted to understand from a public-private partnership areas to strengthen the steel ecosystem which is there. Are there any other opportunities that you see that public and private companies can come together to build that ecosystem further, whether it be on skill development, whether it be on technology or any other areas where there can be joint collaboration?
So, extremely important points that you have raised. So typically, the collaboration between public, so steel is a deregulated sector. We have got public sector companies, SAIL is the most prominent one, and we have got private sector companies. And areas where there is a strong positive externality, those are the areas where there is a larger scope for collaboration between public sector companies and private sector companies. They can come together. Technology is certainly one such area. We have got SRTMI and we are reviving, Ministry of Steel is reviving SRTMI. And Chairman SAIL happens to be chairman of SRTMI also. It's a huge task that Indian steel industry has to undertake. Increasingly, world over, we see that technology transfer is one area where developed countries have shied away from their responsibilities. So my understanding of the issue is that Indian steel companies will have to put their heads together and find out a solution, an indigenous solution to this problem. We have to certainly apply advanced technologies in steel making, both from the perspective of decarbonization and also from the perspective of cost effectiveness. Globally, we have to be cost effective so I think we need to be more ambitious also. The Indian steel sector needs to be more ambitious also. And we need to look beyond Indian markets. We need to look at other countries also as markets for our steel products. And to make that happen, Indian steel sector has to become more cost competitive. The task is extremely difficult because we have got a major steel producing country which is essentially a non-market economy and which has got several other things like currency manipulation going in their favor. So the task is extremely difficult, but I'm convinced that the way forward is to have that technological edge, more focused research on steel making and particularly using the materials which are available in India in adequate quantity, that will help. One example can be biochar. If we can apply biochar more in steel making process, that helps in decarbonization also. Incidentally, decarbonization is also one agenda which is, so Indian steel industry has been rushed into this entire exercise of decarbonization because of some other countries coming out with what they term environmental laws, which essentially is trade protectionist measures. So Indian steel companies will have to be very quick off the blocks and do it quickly, and at the same time we have to beat the world.
Absolutely. Ashwini ji, I'll just take that as a segue and I'll come to Mr. Amarendu and I'll seek inputs from Mr. Acharya as well. As you talked about these global regulatory impact changes which are taking place, right? From a regular CBAM, we have seen how it impacts from a Europe perspective. Your view, sir, on how, as an India, we can look at how can we strengthen our position in the global markets at the same time, tackling these issues which are, or regulations which are there and complying with them also. Your views, and then I'll move over to Acharya ji for his views.
To address this, Anthony, philosophically, if I address this, I'll not call it an issue. It's something, climate change is something which is a reality in various forums. We have discussed this. All of us get impacted by this. So climate change is not something which is country-specific or region-specific or anything. So climate change is there, is a reality. We all need to tackle that. To that end, the whole steel sector, as Mr. Kohano was talking about, the whole steel sector is keen on this. Trust me, World Steel Association, which is the premier body of steelmakers across the world. We meet once a year, and trust me, in that room, when we meet, the word green is spoken 6 times more than the word steel. So you can imagine that the whole world is looking for solutions to that. So steel industry, as being a responsible industry, is trying to work on that. So coming down to the regulatory aspect of it, whether this transition to green steel can be forced through economic or other barriers or channels, my view is no. When you try to do that, you try to necessarily generate an edge over the other by putting in these barriers and trying to get an edge in the market based on that. Climate change is an issue which will affect everybody, every single country. The cloud which is going to rain and bring floods does not know where the boundary of one country ends and the boundary of another country starts. So it will not care what has happened. In two companies or 2 countries or 2 regions trying to take an edge over the other in terms of technology to produce better green steel, the climate change impact will be the same in both the countries. So it is something which is a time for collaboration rather than putting barriers. So I'll say the world should come together to collaborate and share rather than trying to say that I put a barrier, border adjustment mechanisms.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that sharing of knowledge and technologies will only help the improvement of not only particular countries but the entire global economy as well, and also help overall in bringing down the cost of steel as well, which will drive higher consumption. Acharya ji, your thoughts on that?
No, I think it's a very important point, as Mr. Ashwani Kumar was also saying. You know, today people are using a lot of protectionist measures and emission-based, if I can call it, restrictions like CBAM is one of the tools being looked at now by Europe. So we already have, as a country, if I were to go back historically in the past, we have been exporters of steel. Over the last, I would say, 2 years, we have become net importers of steel. One reason is that we have a very healthy demand where the rest of the world has contracted. India has been the fastest growing steel demand country in the world. So therefore, we are more vulnerable to surplus steel from many other countries hitting our shores. On the other side, the export, basically the West, especially the US and Europe, are putting up tariff barriers. Our exports to US has been closed for, I think, more than 2 decades because of various tariff barriers which have been done. Europe is tightening further the quota-based safeguard which they already have in place. So our exports for basic steel is going to be restricted, the way I see it today. But we have a big opportunity. As I see the European effort is now to spend a lot on defense, spend a lot on infrastructure. US is trying to reshore manufacturing back to its own country. So there will be a lot of steel demand which will emanate from these countries. And it's very difficult to put up steel capacities overnight. The gestation periods are long. So I think India is very well placed to actually meet this demand. So we can meet this demand in 2 ways. One, we can export direct steel, but that will face tariff barriers. So we'll have to see how to navigate that. The second one is to look at export of value-added, steel-intensive manufactured goods. That is, I think, one route which India should look at to adopt. And I think post-COVID, we have seen that increasing from India with the China Plus One strategy. I think we have a big opportunity going forward. On the point which I think Mr. Ashwani Kumar also raised on investments, a very, very critical point. My gut feeling is if you take a ballpark figure of 20 years and we have to raise 300 million tons of capacity, roughly at 10,000 crores per million ton, we'll require anywhere between 150 to 200,000 crores per year, which needs to be put in place to be able to achieve this capacity. Depending on what kind of technology you use, depending what kind of decarbonization, what kind of downstream you take. So it's a massive amount. It is doable, but I think we as a country need to be cautious to see that the investments made by the steel industry in India to create a more self-reliant India should not be jeopardized because of, let's say, an easy policy to find imports coming into India. Because we are surrounded by China, Japan, Korea, ASEAN, which are all surplus countries. Many of them have zero duty access to India. I think we need to look at that. Otherwise, I think as a country, we are blessed to have such a strong demand. And I think we'll have a decade or two of fantastic growth in India.
Thank you, Acharya ji. I think this session has been very insightful, and I thank all the leaders for their perspectives on these areas, and His Excellency Mr. Yurin as well on the collaboration that Russia has with India. We have an ambition to grow, and that is fueled by the leaders that we have, the technology that we have. Yes, investments is going to be critical, financial closure is going to be critical as we grow, but that ambition is going to be fueled, and India is going to go on its journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. So thank you very much, all panelists on the dais today. Really appreciate your inputs and your perspectives on various areas. Thank you. I will now hand it over to Mansi.
Thank you for that absolutely engaging deliberation. And time now for a memento presentation as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Requesting Shri Amarendra Prakash, Chair FICCI Steel Committee and Chairman SAIL, to please present a memento to His Excellency Mikhail Yurin, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Industry and Trade, Government of Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We will be exchanging an MOU immediately after this. So one group picture and we will exchange the MOU immediately after this. Immediately after the group picture. Just be with us for a few more moments, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so the MOU that I was talking about, so the exchange of MOUs between multi-parties Damodar Valley Corporation DVC, Jadavpur University and Steel Authority of India Limited along with Hindustan Urvarak and Rasayan Limited. I would request Amarendu sir to please stay back and rest of the gentlemen to please join us in the audience. I invite on stage Shri S. Suresh Kumar, Chairman of the Damodar Valley Corporation. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indranil Banerjee, Registrar, Jadavpur University. Welcome. And then we have Shri Amarendu Prakash, Chairman, SAIL, already with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, this MOU formalizes the collaboration between DVC, Jadavpur University, SAIL and HURL to develop and promote green hydrogen technologies and establish a Center of Excellence COE for green hydrogen research and innovation. Thank you and congratulations. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close this session. We are breaking for lunch. Lunch has been arranged in Hall 1. I repeat, lunch is in Hall 1. Please reassemble by 1:50. It is 1:10. It is not even 1:10. So we have a good 40+ minute break. Please ensure that you are back in your seats by 1:50, which will enable us to begin the next session in time. Thank you for your cooperation in advance. Side. Requested to please proceed inside. We are beginning in the next couple of moments. And yes, I hope your cell phones are on the silent, and we all know the reason why. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, let us commence the paper presentation on technology innovation in steel management. I invite Shri Andre Diasparo, Executive Vice President and member of Danieli Executive Board, to kindly take his seat on the dais. I also invite Srimati Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please take her seat on the dais. Shri S.K. Verma, Executive Director, CET SAIL, will be joining us very, very shortly. Nevertheless, I will directly request Srimati Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for the opening remarks. Ma'am.
Distinguished delegates, industry leaders, participants, and our esteemed speaker, I very warmly welcome all of you to this session of paper presentation on technological innovation in steel manufacturing. India's steel sector has made incredible strides in recent years, showing double-digit growth while rest of the globe's steel sector stagnates. We are the second largest producer of steel in the world, but we all know that scale alone does not guarantee global leadership. Innovation does. In today's time, technological innovation is not just an enabler, but it's a necessity to sustainable growth and global competitiveness. As the country moves towards becoming a $5 trillion economy, the steel industry, being the backbone of infrastructure and manufacturing, must align itself to the evolving demands of decarbonization, advanced manufacturing, decarbonization, and digital transformation. The journey ahead of us is not just shaped by how much we produce, but how do we produce. Technologies such as green hydrogen in steel making, carbon capture utilization, nanotechnology for precision steel making, digital advancements like digital twin, AI for predictive maintenance, process optimization, automation, etc., are all shaping global steel industry's manufacturing units. And India must stand up to embrace these technologies, lest we are left behind. We need to get future ready, and these technological innovations serve as the foundation for our global competitiveness and sustainability, making us ready to face the challenges of the world. This session on technological innovation in steel manufacturing aims to bring to the forefront the discussion on cutting-edge research, breakthrough technologies, and scalable solutions. These are shaping the steel making across the globe, and in this session will not only hear from Andreas, but we'll have an opportunity to interact with him, among ourselves, while trying to bring together industry, academia, and policymakers. This convergence of industry and academia, bigger or smaller startups and bigger companies, engineering and environmental science departments, is today's need of the hour for developing technological innovative solutions. Government of India has been taking various steps to foster this innovation ecosystem. National Green Hydrogen Mission is supporting green hydrogen pilot projects by the industry, and where we see collaboration with academia too. Government of India, Ministry of Steel has already developed roadmap for decarbonization of steel sector and have identified 7 technological pathways to do so. Government of India has also released taxonomy of green steel, which is first in the world, to create markets for the green steel. We are also working on CCUS mission, which can help incentivize the steel makers to adopt such solutions. Also, R&D scheme of ministry provides financial support for research through academia and industry partnership. Further, recently, we have re-strengthened SRTMI, which is the Steel Research Technology Mission of India, by launching 3 structured schemes for supporting startups, academia, researchers, and industry in their R&D and technology innovation initiatives to catalyze research and develop and foster this ecosystem in India. So without taking any more time, I now invite Mr. Andreas Diaspora to present his paper on technological innovation in steel sector and enlighten us with his technical insights. While we listen to him, we should also pause and reflect what is scalable, what is replicable, what is commercializable, and above all, what is there for India to do so as to we are not only adopting these technologies, but are leading next generation of steel making technologies. So thank you so much. And Mr. Andreas, we are very keenly looking forward to your presentation, we and all the audience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, good afternoon. It is really an honor and privilege to be here today. Honestly, I was not expecting such a large number of attendees. And really, I want to thank the FICI organization, the delegates from the Minister of Steel for this great opportunity to present, let's say, our small contribution we are trying to give to the steel industry development. It has been a long journey since we start to follow up the market, the steel industry here in India. And in, let's say, around 15 years, we did quite a lot. Nowadays, Daniele is working with all the major steel players in both the private and, let's say, government sector. Different fields, different products, flat and long. And I can assure you that it has been quite complicated in such an incredible and very dynamic market. But really, this gives a major satisfaction, and we are so proud what we are doing today and to cooperate with most of you. I have prepared a presentation, let's say, which I don't know if they will help me. Oh, thank you very much. So, I'll try to stay within the available time, and then we will go through a certain, let's say, number of subjects. We have called this presentation The Risk in the Future, Strategies for the Steel Plant Design. I've been so impressed today morning by listening the speech of your Prime Minister, and I was not expecting he goes into such details about the steel industry development, the threat, and let's say, the challenges that the steel industry is facing today. Just to comment this picture, this is one of our, let's say, MEDA plant coming up in United States, which is basically fully working with renewable energy. The plant is our famous endless and casting rolling. There is an electrical furnace, a single strand caster feeding the rolling mill. And it is basically working during the day as an island with a 50 megawatt solar farm feeding the complete line. So this is our agenda. I will start with let's say, small highlights about the steel global market trend, the transition from natural gas to hydrogen. We will see what we are doing, what Daniele is trying to do. Breakthrough technologies, we will make an overview from long, flat, and whatever we have developed in order to comply with the direct carbon avoidance and OPEX effectiveness. Then I will be so proud to present Tata Ludhiana Showcase. Tata Steel is a pioneer nowadays on the, let's say, scrap utilization and recycling policy. And of course, we are very proud to support them with our technology in order to accomplish such a very challenging mission. And then some highlight about the scrap treatment and recycling. Daniele is having also a division taking care of scrap treatment and recycling policy, with, let's say, different type of equipment, from the shredder machine to cut and separate metal to, let's say, ferrous and non-ferrous material, waste, scrap shear, cleaning line, and all what is required in order to, let's say, move into a major utilization of the scrap. So, market driving force. This is, let's say, the forecast from 2023 up to, let's say, 2050. What we will see, increase of global steel demand, increase of green steel demand, that is still, let's say, having some question marks, increase of available scrap amount mainly by obsolete origin, and then we will spend a little time to discuss about the scrap cycle time. Increased demand of low CO2 virgin iron, both for high quality and steel grades. And this will be interesting because, okay, scrap is good, is the green, let's say, raw material, but then, of course, we are facing some limitation and some challenges by utilizing the scrap. Oh, just to clarify, there is always a lot of confusion about CO2 emission, how it is calculated, scope 1, scope 2. I mean, this picture is just telling us that we have the control of some factors which are, let's say, contributing on the CO2 footprint. But there are several factors which are beyond our control. And then, of course, so we can work on the technology, on our, let's say, production practice and, let's say, utilization factor, but then we need to deal with our environment, let's say, from where we are getting the energy, so, and how the infrastructure are helping, are supporting our business. Okay, market driving action. Well, this is, again, a forecast about the global scrap availability. And then, as you can see, we have different types of scrap. Obsolete scrap, then this is easy. Lifetime of the scrap is normally in the range of 30 years, can be 25, 35. But then, so we know that we will get what has been produced about 30 years ago. Then we have the prompt scrap, which is something that is coming due to some specific factor. And then this is basically the situation with which we have to deal when we are considering a large scrap utilization. On this particular aspect, Daniele has invested a lot in electrical furnace to be scrap-based, and also we have studied which are the constraints and limitations by utilizing a large amount of scrap, also to produce advanced steel grades. This is exactly what I was mentioning. Here we have basically a graph which is helping us to understand whenever we do the maximization of the scrap utilization that we have to deal with the residuals. And a certain amount of residuals is acceptable for specific steel grades and application, but not for all of them. So we need to understand, sometimes we need to mix the raw material with other, let's say, type of raw material, mainly coming from the iron ore route, or we need to clean the scrap. These are basically the two alternatives as soon as we want to maximize scrap utilization to comply with the advanced steel grades requirements. Transition from natural gas to hydrogen is also very important. I heard a lot of, let's say, intervention today by the esteemed panelists regarding the hydrogen utilization. Honestly, between you and me, I'm not a big fan of hydrogen, mainly because of the cost. But it is a matter of fact that we are looking to the hydrogen as an opportunity, as an option, at the moment that the hydrogen is affordable. This slide is just giving you the feeling that today our direct reduction technology is already, let's say, handling more than 70% of hydrogen. With the reformer, basically, we are cracking the natural gas and we produce the hydrogen. And this gives you the feeling that the technology is hydrogen ready. So whenever the hydrogen is available, whether it is 20%, 80% or 100%, can be utilized on the reduction process without any modification to the technology, because it is already there. Then, other than the process, of course, we have to deal with advanced technology and to utilize as much as possible the artificial intelligence to improve the technology. Daniele Intelligent Plant is looking to basically three aspects. One is the social, to improve the working life of the operator and to be environmental friendly. And then, of course, try to improve the OPEX, means to minimize the transformation cost. These are basically the pillars that we always keep in mind whenever we look for innovation, we look for technology improvement, whether it is on existing plants or the supply of complete new plant. Carbon avoidance, of course, it is an important aspect. Coming back to the hydrogen, you know, our, let's say, approach to the hydrogen is to use the hydrogen for a chemical reaction instead of natural gas, as I mentioned before, direct reduction process. But as soon as I have to do a let's say, heating process, and you know, steel industry require a lot of, let's say, energy for the heating process, I prefer to use electrical energy. So we have spent a lot of efforts on the extensive electrification of the components, of the parts that are composing a steel plant. And we will see later on what we have done about this. Circular economy, of course, this is very much linked to the recycling. Okay, we try to utilize everything. We will see that, for example, by treating the scrap, we do not only obtain a better raw material for our, let's say, melting process, but we can also recover the non-ferrous, and we will see that a shredder investment, for example, can be repaid in a few months just by selling the non-ferrous that we are recovering from the scrap. So it is a major point in order to think seriously to move into this direction and then to start recycling and treating the scrap. Carbon capture, we will see also in the DRI technology that we have a big advantage on this aspect. Water conservation, we have marketed this zero liquid discharge to reduce the water utilization, and then digitalization, which is basically the pillar in order to capitalize the experience, the data, and then to ensure the repeatability of the performance and the characteristic of the finished product. So, DRI technology, we have our own technology in partnership with Tenova, named Energiron, well known, let's say, all over the world, and it is well known because it's applying high pressure, and this gives us a lot of advantage. One of them is direct carbon avoidance in terms of low emission, but also in terms of carbon capture. The carbon capture is happening by design, so it is embedded in the technology. We are able to capture the full CO2 coming from the reaction of the gas, reducing gas inside the reactor. This CO2 can be used, and we will see how it can be used for different applications. The movie you see now is relevant to M Steel, former Emirates Steel in Abu Dhabi, where we have two units, two plants designed for 1.6 million tons per year, DRI production, which today they produce 2 million each after the, let's say, capacity enhancement. And in case of M Steel, of course, they have nearby the oil wells, and this CO2 is sold to ADNOC in order to enhance the oil wells, let's say, productivity. This is basically a scheme to explain that first of all, the technology can use natural gas, and then the CO2 is captured, as I explained before, in this case to enhance the oil recovery. But then the same, let's say, technology is very much complying to the major industrial requirements and can utilize renewable energy, other chemical, other type of gas. We have also, let's say, example here in India of the direct reduction plant utilizing a coal gasifier, because this technology can apply any type of gas. Reformed gas, gas coming from the coal gasifier, natural gas, and also hydrogen. Okay, this is a nice scheme about the different possibilities that we have to utilize the CO2. I mean, we have also explored with, of course, most of these, let's say, possibilities are not linked to our business, to the steel industry, but I mean, we have established a lot of cooperation with other entities in order to go and move into this direction to support the concept of environmental friendly technology. Then let's talk about steel production. I will start with the flat. Danieli came late in this field, and we have done our best with intensive investment to recover the time with innovative technology, try to close the gap between, let's say, the conventional technology and some innovative practice, environmental friendly. In the past, the thin slab casting and rolling was always associated to, as a shortcut to produce HR coil with, let's say, smaller plant, mainly focused on commercial grades. And it was basically showing the limits for advanced steel grades, for high throughput, high capacity, in order to focus on the whole product portfolio that the steel producer needs to ensure in order to guarantee the flexibility to comply with the market requirements, market demand. That's why we developed the QSP2, which stands for Danieli Universal Endless, which is a thin slab caster, but with a lot of, let's say, innovation. First of all, it's not anymore a thin slab, it's a medium slab casting, because nowadays we cast up to 140 millimeter, and this allows us to go for more advanced steel grades. But we always implement the endless process in order to guarantee the stability for the thin gauge production. And of course, we look to the environment, we avoid the reheating furnace by means of thin slab casting and rolling and in direct feeding of the rolling mill. And this line has the advantage of being able to roll with 3 different practices. The coil-to-coil, the normal coil-to-coil standard, let's say, practice, which means, let's say, accelerated and fast rolling. The semi-endless, where we take the advantage of a longer slab from the caster up to the, let's say, the first shear we have in front of the mill, and this gives us the possibility to produce 5-6 coils in endless mode. So we still keep the chance to accelerate by discoupling the mill to the caster, but having the advantage on the endless process. And then we have the pure endless. Pure endless, which is, everybody has understood that in order to go for very thin gauges, we guarantee the 0.8, but we already succeed to roll successfully 0.7 millimeter, gives a big advantage in terms of stability and in terms of geometry of the coil. Electrification, we already started. This is an example applied to the QSP2, where we still have the tunnel furnace. Tunnel furnace is mandatory in order to do all this activity and, for example, the rolls changing without interrupting the caster sequence, and to do, let's say, to use it as a buffer, or to do this in order to accelerate the speed after the casting. But we switch the annealing furnace to electrical by means of a combination of induction and radiant heaters. So in this case, we have no more gas consumption. The line is completely, let's say, driven by electrical energy. Another application is the annealing furnace for a galvanizing line, where again we use a combination of induction heating and radiant heaters. And we, let's say, developed this technology since 2017 and is already successfully in operation. And this is, of course, in order to comply with different requirements, mainly for the country where they have available renewable energy, and then they can feed directly to the electrical system. Or whoever wants to, let's say, state that the line is completely green. Then we move to the steel making. In the steel making, I think, let's say, the name Q1 is quite famous, let's say, all over the steel industry and the major steel player. We decided to invest and to get rid of the special transformer and mainly the dirty bus, which is creating the flickery and disturbance to the network, by implementing a technology which is using digital control of the arc by means of IGBT, what you see in the movie now, And this gives us a lot of advantages. Of course, we can install particularly large size electrical furnace without creating major disturbance to the electrical environment. And then we have a major advantage in terms of energy saving, because the full power we are getting from the network is converted into direct power, so we don't have any more reactive power, which goes normally through the transformer, as is basically affecting the efficiency of the system. This gives us also the advantage of limited electrical consumption, and the nice thing is that having a clean bus with a DC link, we can feed the electrical arc furnace by renewable energy. This is one of the cases that was appearing in the picture of my opening presentation, Pacific Steel, California, where the plant is fully driven by renewable energy during the day. Of course, during the night, they are taking the energy from the network. This is another application in order to, let's say, reduce the CO2 footprint. This is what we call a dry reheating furnace. It is a walking beam reheating furnace which works without water cooling. So the circuit is very simple. We are discharging the billet at a slightly lower temperature, and we normally apply a combination, whenever we don't roll at low temperature, we apply a combination of reheating furnace and induction heating. Low maintenance, and then of course H2 ready. Again, electrification. This is a billet soaking furnace, already, let's say, installed at Fagersta in Sweden. And again, we are enjoying the possibility of furnace fully electric without the conventional burners by means of radiant heaters. Again, when we are, case of Sweden, they enjoy a lot of renewable energy, mainly from hydropower. And so they can enjoy the statement of a completely green plant. This is what they are utilizing, what they are applying. Moving into digitalization and electrification, this is our wire rod mill, part of our, let's say, steelmaking plant, ABS, in Italy, where we have eliminated the hydraulic system, and everything is electrical driven. So there is no more hydraulic, there is no more cylinder, no tanks, no valve bench. Everything is electrical. And this is the overview of the mill, where every single component, every single utility is driven electrically. Mida plant. This is the case of the plant fully driven by solar energy. This is the case of Ludhiana, Mida plant coming up in north of India, belong to Tata Steel. Our plant is now in production. Let's say that the first Mida has been established in 2009 in the United States, belong to CMC Group. So, I mean, it is more than 15 years in operation successfully. And then, of course, many development, many innovation have been implemented in the Mida concept, starting from the finished product. We started with the rebars in straight line only. Today we produce a wire rod coil, and we produce spooled coils. And of course, by taking the advantage of the endless casting and rolling, we can customize the weight of the coils. So the new tendency, particularly in Europe, is a spooled coil to serve the service center and the cut and bend, and see a major increase of the coil weight. Today, we have already started the first plant in Germany producing 8-ton coil. But in that case, they produce the 8-ton coil by means of billet welding. In this case, by operating the endless casting and rolling, you don't need any billet welder. You can decide whether to produce a coil of 8-ton, 5-ton, 3-ton, and whatever the market is asking. Some highlights about the configuration of the MIDA plant coming up in Ludhiana, belong to Tata Steel. We are very proud. This will be the first plant of this kind in India because it's basically including any kind of innovation developed by Danieli in this particular feed. Starting from the electrical furnace, which is working with the Q1 system, the one that you have seen in the previous slide. So it is digitally controlled and can use renewable energy. And also the ECS, which is the continuous charging and preheating of the scrap. So this plant will be the first in India, which will be, I mean, a considerable size. We're talking about 750,000 tons per year capacity, and is supposed to utilize 100% scrap. So the conveyor will assure a very low consumption, will enjoy, let's say, at least 40 kilowatt-hour per ton saving just by means of preheating the scrap, plus a major saving in terms of electro consumption due to the fact that we are not opening the roof, so we are keeping, let's say, the furnace sealed and closed. And then, of course, we have a high throughput casting line, which is feeding directly the rolling mill. This is the ECS, endless continuous scrap. It gives the big advantage of a continuous feeding. The electrical furnace operates with a flat bed, so very minimum interference, very minimum disturbance to the network, which is even enhanced by the fact that Q1 is there. And then we have developed also the Tornado, which is a new design of the conveyor to ensure a very homogeneous heating of the scrap by the fumes coming from the electrical furnace. We have decided to set the heating in order to achieve around 400 degrees. So we are enjoying a saving. As you know, every 100 degree temperature increase, you can save around 10 kilowatt-hour per ton. But then we still keep the fume temperature above the limit for the set for the dioxide emission. So we don't need any post-combustion. We don't need additional burner on the fume system. We can enjoy a very easy practice to load, to charge the electrical furnace by means of cranes. We are moving the scrap from the scrap yard to the conveyor, and then the scrap goes into the electrical furnace in a sequence. Another big advantage is that you are not depending by the scrap density in terms of number of buckets. You have a low density, you simply increase the speed of the conveyor. You have high density, you decrease the speed. You don't have to break your head with 2 buckets, 3 buckets, 4 buckets when you are, let's say, dealing with the low density scrap. The system is heavy duty, so can accept the same limitation restriction that you have for the bucket charging you are having in case of conveyor. So there is no more, again, this system has been, let's say, Danieli has covered the whole China of this type of system. Chinese are not willing to deal with the different scrap characteristics and break their head. This I can charge, this I cannot, I need to select, this and that. They simply charge everything. That's why we learned the lesson. The system is heavy duty, is sturdy, can accept any kind of scrap, and can assure a high plant efficiency and availability. Coming back to the Q1, for the electrical electronic engineer, this is the scheme and the principle how the system is working. You can see the comparison between the conventional with the transformer, the special transformer, and the system with IGBT. As you can see, basically we are converting from AC to DC, and then we have the DC link where we can connect any kind of renewable energy, and then again we convert to AC, so we can even change the frequency. What we do today, we are doing the boring stage at high frequency, and then we go down with the frequency when we are in the refining stage. This is giving us further saving in the electricity consumption. Then, for the poor mechanical engineer like myself, this is more simple, gives you the feeling of how the system is working, and then it's giving you some highlights about the comparison between the conventional, the AC solution with the special transformer, and the Q1. As you can see, you don't have anymore the dirty bus, you have the clean bar, you have the step-down transformer, which is basically only changing the voltage, And then you have the Q1, which is, let's say, basically a set of inverter IGBT in order to control current, frequency, and process characteristic. But then what we have done in order to comply with the safety and, let's say, the tendency which leads today to the zero man on the floor. Zero man on the floor means no people close to dangerous area. Try to limit the number of people who are doing manual intervention during the equipment in operation. And we have developed a set of technological packages which are starting from the sampling to the cleaning, sand filling into the ABT, and any kind of operation that we have to do in the steel making facility is carried by a specific package which is limiting the intervention, so is increasing the level of automation, is increasing the consistency and the repeatability of the process. This is just an highlight of the different packages, okay, some of them. Then in case you want more detail, I will be glad to give you more detail on any one of them. This is just to give you the feeling how much we care about the improvement that we are trying to apply on the steelmaking technology in order to enable our client to enjoy favorable operating conditions. And then we come to the scrap. Daniele has a huge product portfolio regarding the scrap treatment, as I anticipated during my introduction. Here you can see shear, you can see the complete line for the cleaning and for the, let's say, segregation of different characteristics of scrap based on, let's say, the residual content. Mainly here we see the copper content classification. And of course, this is becoming very much popular nowadays, and we are receiving a lot of requests. I'm very proud to say that we also sold the first shredder machine to JSW Group recently. And JSW, like Tata Steel, they are, let's say, taking into very high consideration the utilization of the scrap. You know, I'm hearing from so many sources, in India there is no scrap. It's not true. The scrap management and policy has yet to come in a well-organized way, but the scrap is available. And the pioneer of the steel industry, like such a giant big group, Tata Steel, JSW, they are already moving in this direction. They are looking to our product portfolio in order to implement different machines, whether it is a shredder in case of scrap which needs to be enhanced in terms of density, and then there are residual to be recovered, or shear where we have, let's say, heavy scrap, we have thick scrap, or cleaning whenever we have some, let's say, dirty local scrap. And then we are trying to serve them with the best solution, best technology in order to reach the target. This is the summary. It almost, I hope that I was, let's say, not too much boring, but then this is the summary what we have presented. Just to recap, indirect carbon avoidance by means of direct reduction process, MIDA, the Q1, the digimelter, the QSP2 for, let's say, flexible and wide product portfolio in terms of HR coil production. The dry plus, we are eliminating the water from the, let's say, reheating furnace. Electrification, also very important aspect, because it doesn't make sense to produce hydrogen with a lot of energy, electrical energy, when I can use the electrical energy to serve the purpose. So QWR, it is our wire rod mill, which has an extensive utilization of electricity. The tunnel furnace of Agesta, the QSP2 tunnel furnace, this one we are developing for SSAB, where Daniele is supplying a QSP line. And then the galvanizing line annealing furnace by means of radiant heaters. Carbon capture, again, this is an opportunity. And then this comes embedding the technology in case of our direct reduction process. I want to leave you and say hello, goodbye to all of you with a nice snapshot, which is basically our innovative control pulpit in our wire rod mill of ABS. You can appreciate the, let's say, today everything is done by camera, and these are intelligent cameras, so they are also following the process. What you see on the right side is what we call operator assistant. In the past, we used to hear this word HMI, human-machine interface. Today is operator assistant. The process is full automatic. Whenever there is a particular condition, the system is detecting that there is a possibility of further optimization of some parameter change. It gives a pop-up to the operator, and then the operator decides whether to apply the new parameter, the new input, the new data, or not. So it's basically helping the operator to improve the process by learning, by storing the data in order to have what we call big data analysis. So which is the benefit? If I receive an order for a specific steel grades in wire rod coil for a certain size with a certain characteristic, and my client after 6 months wants exactly the same material, I can give the guarantee that I can repeat the receipt with the same parameter, even if the chemistry change, because the billets are not same all the time. I may have some variation, some range of, let's say, chemistry. But I can ensure that with the big data and with the artificial intelligence, I can repeat and I can guarantee the same mechanical properties, the same characteristics. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, thank you very much for your attention. It has been a great pleasure and honor to present. I hope it was interesting for you. I remain available for any question, anything you may need. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrea. It was a really, really very interesting presentation, and thank you for bringing those technologies to India, and thank you for showing us a path for a cleaner and a greener future. So I also have a lot of questions, but I can do it offline too. I'll give the opportunity to audience to come up with their questions, queries, doubts, anything, and the floor is open for any kind of interaction. We have 10 minutes to go for the question answer session. Yes, please.
First of all, thanks a lot for such a nice presentation. You have actually covered many important aspects of plant design as far as green steel is concerned, and basically various aspects in terms of how we can reduce the carbon emission. So one of the things that you talked about was in terms of, I'm coming from Siemens, so naturally my interest is towards electrical side. So you talked about one of the technologies wherein you said that you want to use something called Q1 design, and in that there is perhaps no need for setting up a compensation network on the grid. So how does that work, and if you could elaborate this a little bit.
See, by design, the system can guarantee a cost fee in the range of 0.96. So 0.96 is basically comply with all the major standard rules all over the world. Then there are certain countries where you need 97, 98, and then for this 1-2%, then you may need to apply a certain, let's say, additional system. But for the majority, the system by design, by having this conversion from AC to DC and then again AC, we can adjust frequency, current, everything, and by design, by the design of the IGBT, you have a cost fee in the range of 0.96.
Okay, understood. So basically you are using a converter over there to do this. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes, we see a hand there.
Sir, I am from Steel Authority of India Limited. Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Sir, I am from Steel Authority of India Limited. You talked about electric arc furnace, no? That 3 electrodes. I want to know whether the distance between the electrodes, which are in a triangle shape, can we reduce it? Can be adjusted? Because we want to increase our shelf life of our electric arc furnace that shelf. Can we adjust that distance between the electrode? Is it possible?
First of all, I want to say thank you for your question, because then this gives me the chance to tell something that I forgot when I was presenting, let's say, my technology. So thank you very much. Look, the distance is dictated by the input, the power that I have to transfer to the scrap. And then normally it comes with the design of the electrical furnace in terms of size and power that I have to inject. And the power to be injected is also based by the charging mix. But particularly for the ECS, so for the continuous charging of the scrap, and then you can imagine that the raw material in this case is coming always from the same direction. What we have developed, thanks to the Q1, and then I want to say thank you again for the previous gentleman who raised the question from Siemens. What we have done, we have an independent control of each phase. What does it mean? Means that, suppose, let's say you know the 3 electrodes. What we do, we keep the 2 in front of the flow of the incoming material, and then there I can apply higher power, and the one that is in the back, which is far from the flow of the material, I can keep with lower power. In that case, I save the refractory consumption, okay, and then I give more power where I need the power to melt the material that is coming from the conveyor. Coming back to your question, it is possible theoretically, but I prefer to tell you that with the Q1, you will be able to adjust and to give the right power to each and single phase according to your specific needs.
Okay, sir. Okay. Because our electric arc furnace was applied by you only, Danieli. And one more question I want to ask. You talked about that preheating of the scrap, no?
Scrap treatment. Yes.
Preheating of the scrap.
Preheat of the scrap, yes.
But if you charge continuously, how do you do the weighment of the scrap? How do you know the input weight?
The input weight?
Yeah.
I have the load cell installed on the shell.
Okay. Continuously?
Yes.
Because we have to calculate the yield, no? Output weight.
Correct. Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, can we have a mic, please, here? Can we move the mics quickly? Here, we need a mic here. Okay, after that.
I am Ushmesh Rathi from Icon Steel. Yeah, here. I have a question regarding preheated technology. What is the maximum percentage of input charge mix that you can use as preheated raw material? Or is there something that you need to use as conventional scrap only?
Thank you for the question. Look, I can create the flat bath even with the conveyor. So I can charge through the conveyor the amount of scrap required to create the flat bath, and then 100% can go through the conveyor. Instead, the conventional charging is an opportunity. Why? Because, for example, when I have the salmon from the tan dish, these are large, long piece of scrap. And these either you cut in pieces, you know, normally the restriction for the bucket charging is 1.5 meter length. So if you have a salmon from a tan dish, either you cut, or if you want to make it, let's say, fast, and you keep, for example, a certain amount of large scrap material at side, and you do, for example, 1 per day, you can open the roof of the electrical furnace and charge those parts. But the system can work fully 100% with the continuous charging. Even the creation of the bed, so the first scrap that you charge to make the flat bed, you can charge through the conveyor.
So can the 100% charging be possible through preheated scrap?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that answers my question.
My name is Vineet Nahata. I am from Powergill Treasuries. I would like to know that the state-of-the-art technology used in this project is also ESG compliant. Now, for financing of these projects, can green financing be opted as a route? And what is the state of affairs in the European countries and other countries, how these projects, especially the green hydrogen projects are being financed? Can the cost be lowered by opting for the green route? Thank you.
It's a $1 billion question, my friend. There was even this week, there was a kind of direction coming from our government. They are trying to regulate all this, but there is even a complaint raised by, I don't like to mention any name, but from an Austrian steelmaker against a German steelmaker who enjoyed some let's say, incentive to develop the decarbonization project. So I'm not in the position to answer to your question. I can tell you what we are offering in terms of technology in order to move into the, let's say, green steel direction, so to limit the CO2 footprint. Normally, we provide parameters, operating parameters of the equipment, which are requested by our client who are applying for this financing incentive. But this scheme and method, how they get the money, really, if I will know, I would be, I think, one of the most rich men in Europe, you know. Because it's really, I would say it's still a labyrinth. Still a labyrinth.
So thank you so much, Andrea. I guess there are no more questions. Can I take liberty to ask one question before I hand over the mic to Mr. Verma? So, Mr. Andrea, we have seen how hydrogen has not cut down its price. You know, we have been following it up since last almost 10 years, since a hybrid plant came up, and the cost of hydrogen is still much above the viable cost. Similarly, for CCUS, the solutions are still not economically feasible at a commercial level. And that's what we are seeing in Europe too, that many of the plants are just doing the pilots and the experiments, but not going full-scale commercial. So what is that one technology which will drive this steel sector towards net zero goal? So, yeah.
Look, I'm just trying to understand from where to start. Yes, you are right. Hydrogen is still, let's say, a question mark because of the competitiveness of the hydrogen production. But there are different types of hydrogen. Gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen. Recently, it came the pink hydrogen, you know. So, let's say, it is very much peculiar to the environment. So, in Sweden, they have a lot of renewable energy, so they can also produce the hydrogen through, let's say, hydropower or other sources. Nuclear power plant is also one of the, let's say, options to produce hydrogen at low cost, I'm saying. How we are approaching the steel producer in order to give them something that helps them in the future, but not to, let's say, overcharge their investment. In terms of DRI production, okay, the CO2 capture is embedded in the technology, and the equipment is ready to use hydrogen without additional cost. So if you buy a DRI plant today and you have natural gas available, and you want the provision to use hydrogen, this provision comes free. So it doesn't cost additional money to your capex. CO2 capture and segregation, whatever, I mean, makes sense where you have a possibility of utilizing the CO2. So again, is a big advantage, but then needs, let's say, the way to utilize. I was mentioning Emirates Steel, where they sell to ADNOC. There are other plants all over the world. They are selling to the soft drink producer, but the quantity is very limited, Coca-Cola and so on. What else? In order to reduce further the CO2, because in the DRI plant we use the natural gas for two purposes. One is the reduction process, to reduce the pellets to create the DRI, and it is more than 70%, but nearly 30% is used to heat the gas. So what we are doing today, and you give me also the chance to tell to our friends here something new that I didn't mention in the presentation, we are developing the electrical process gas heater. So we are signing next month an MOU with Emirates Steel because this will be the first plant where we are going to install the electrical process gas heater. In this case, the DRI, in their particular case, full CO2 capture coming from the, let's say, gas inside the reactor, plus electrical process gas heater, CO2 footprint will be zero.
We'll keenly look forward to that technology.
Madam,
And-
can I have one small question?
Sure.
Since Madam is asking about the carbon reduction measures, decarbonization is a very essential topic which is worrying for all the steel makers. See, in your presentation, you have shown lot many technologies and lot many opportunities and lot many technological advancements which is reducing the carbon emissions and the carbon avoidance. I will be giving only one, I will asking only one question related to, suppose we go for the direct rolling, where you have shown that if we go with the conventional tunnel furnace, your carbon avoidance is nearly 50%. But if you go with the electric induction heater, it is 0%. Yes, but again, 0% of electrical energy, the amount of electrical energy which must come from the green source, then only it is 0%. Otherwise, if it is not coming from the green source, then we cannot say that steel has been made at a 0%.
Yes, if you remember, yes, you are correct. I just left one slide in my presentation to clarify the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. So you are completely right. We can limit the CO2 coming from the, let's say, as a matter of emission coming from the plant. But then, of course, we need to deal with the energy availability that we have in this particular environment. So if the energy is produced with, let's say, coal power plant or nuclear power plant or hydropower, of course, this makes a big difference. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for all the answers.
Thank you. Could I request Srimati Neha Verma now to please present a memento to Sri Andre Diasparo, Executive Vice President and member of the Danieli Executive Board. Please accept this as a token of gratitude and appreciation. I will call upon Shri S.K. Verma, Executive Director, CET SAIL, for the concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mansi ji. It is very difficult to present vote of thanks and conclude the session, which is so enlightening and so deep in the steel industry making. And of course, I understand Danieli is the one of the industry leader. So, as we draw this engaging session to the close on behalf of the FICCI and the Ministry of Steel, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who joined us for today's thought-provoking paper presentation on innovation of the steel manufacturing technology. A heartfelt thanks goes to Sri Andrea Diasporo for his exceptional presentation. His insights into the cutting-edge technology and the global best practices brought immense depth to our discussions. The way we connected emerging technologies such as AI-driven maintenance, hydrogen-based production, molten oxide electrolysis, and other steel-making innovations, the tangible industrial outcomes were truly enlightening. His perspective on the sustainable innovations and the strategic directions needed to integrate advanced technologies into the mainstream steelmaking operations have given us much to reflect upon the act upon. We are also grateful to the Ministry of Steel Department, Government of India, for their powerful and the forward-looking opening address. The Ministry's vision emphasizing the decarbonization, digital transformations, and the collaborative innovations lays a strong foundation for the future of the India steel sector and the innovation in the steel making. Their support and the leadership in the co-organizing this session have been instrumental in fostering an ecosystem that embraces change, promotes sustainability, and pushes the boundary of what is possible in a steel manufacturing. The themes explored in this session reflect the new realities to the steel industry, where innovation is not just desired, but a decisive factor on survival of the global leadership. We heard compelling ideas about the future of the manufacturing systems, from the digitally enabled mini plants and the smart rolling technology to the virtual simulation tools and the advanced manufacturing. And these technologies promise to elevate India's steel-making capabilities by improvising efficiency, reducing environmental impact, and unlocking new product categories for high-performance applications in mobility, defense, construction, and beyond. However, we must also recognize that the journey from the innovation to implementation requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. As emphasized in the Ministry's opening remarks, we need a robust framework where industry, academia, government, and startups work together to co-create solutions, scale R&D outputs, and drive policy alignments. Before we conclude this session, I would like to extend our deepest thanks to all the researchers, technologists, industry professionals, and academia institutions who are present here today. As we move forward with the other sessions in India Steel 2025, we hope you carry today's ideas into your organizations and turn them into action. The steel industry, innovations, and the steel manufacturing stands at the cusp of the transformation, taking big leap forward, and each one of us has a role to play in shaping its future. FICCI looks forward to continuing the journey with you, building platforms for the innovation, fostering collaboration, and supporting India's ambitions to become a global steel technology leader. Thank you. Thank you all.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session. Request the three of you to please come forward for a nice group picture, which will stay with us for times to come. Sir, if you could please step ahead. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is again a paper presentation, and the topic is AI and data-driven transformation in steel industry. So please allow us a couple of minutes for changeover, and this session will begin shortly thereafter. This session we have a presentation by Shri Sachin Sanghi, Principal Architect, Manufacturing, Google. The opening remarks will be given by Shri Rajkumar, Joint Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And we have an address by Shri T. Kumareshan, Senior Vice President and Head, Minerals and Metals, L&T. Just give us a little bit of time and we will resume with the next paper presentation. Thank you. A very warm welcome to you. And then, could I request Shri T. Kumareshan, Senior Vice President and Head, Minerals and Metals, L&T. Welcome to you. I invite Shri Rajkumar, Joint Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for the opening remarks.
Good afternoon to all. It is the post-lunch session, so I believe it should not be a difficult session given the fact that this topic is really interesting. This topic is reshaping basically reshaping the steel industry. In case of the steel industry, this industry is a backbone of the Indian economy. It contributes around 2% of the GDP. Its multiplier effect with respect to employment is around 6.4, and with respect to GDP it is 1.4. So it is a backbone of the economy. If we do anything with respect to this industry, it will have the positive impact on our entire economy. Given this background, if we introduce any improvement like AI transformation with respect to the production process, I'm talking about from the raw material sourcing to the customer care. In this entire process, if we improve our efficiency by using the AI and all that, so it will improve our efficiency. If we improve our efficiency, we will become more competitive in the international market. So this is a survival need of the industry. We have to implement it. So with this background, I would like to request Mr. Sanji Singh to continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Mr. Raj, for that introduction, and thank you, Ministry of Steel and FICCI, for inviting me here to talk about how we are using AI in manufacturing, and I'll also talk a little bit about the steel process. I think my presentation should be up shortly. Yeah. Okay. So I'm Sachin Sanghi. I'm with Google Cloud. I've been in the manufacturing industry for a very long time before coming to software. I have primary experience in automotive, but for the past 2 years, I've been working with Google Cloud, specifically focusing on manufacturing in the automotive industry. What I'm going to talk about is, my agenda slide is missing, but let that go. I don't know why it's not showing up, but I was going to talk to you about really 4 topics here, about what are the key transformation themes, what is the state of AI in the industry, and then what are some of the examples, right? So if we look at what is happening in manufacturing, how are manufacturers transforming themselves across the value chain, we could split it into 3 buckets. Manufacturing can be looked at in 3 buckets. The first one is B2C, that is business to consumer. The second one is B2B, that is business to business, which is where the gathering today is more interested in. And the third one is B2B2C, so that's a business to consumer. There are various, on the right-hand side, you can see which industries represent which kind of a topic. So B2C is very simple. We are all the C part. We are all consumers of manufactured items, be it smartwatches, phones, whatever it is. B2B is more like for heavy industry, aerospace, defense, process industries like steel. And if we take a look at what's happening in B2B industry before we talk about what technology can do for it, for the B2B industry, the cost efficiency, specifically for large-scale and high-volume projects, is an absolute necessity. Shri Raj mentioned it very correctly that it is not a matter of choice. We have to do it. And we have to do it across the board. We cannot wait to say that I will do it when I reach there or I will do it when I'm ready. We have to be ready to bring cost efficiencies because there is a lot of growth that we need to ride. And we are not going to ride or scale ourselves up unless and until we put together how do we become more agile. And that's what cost efficiency is about. Second is how do you make sure that you have high quality, long-term use, and it's crucial for your, quality is very crucial for your brand reputation. That's also very important. While you want to lower your cost, but you want to keep an eye on the quality as well. And streamlined operations across Industry 4.0, that is where the root, that is where there is a lot of effort in the industry that is going on, manufacturers, service providers, system integrators. Everyone is involved in making sure that when it comes to Industry 4.0, we are able to derive the maximum advantage for it. Let's take a look back maybe for a minute on what has previously given us a lot of return on investment in manufacturing. If we go back maybe 200 years ago when the Industrial Revolution started, sometime, the scientific management principles started to take root and people figured out, okay, I can get a big return if I scientifically design processes and inventory and move parts from one place to another. Then of course came the assembly line, mass production started, just-in-time concept came in. We learned a lot from the Japanese industry, from Japanese consultants here in India. Then we got the Toyota production system, we got ERP. I think we all have done a great job, even in India with ERP, with so many centers of excellence in every company that has come up, right? However, with Lean and ERP, those were the eras where we were getting a good return when we invested in this. You didn't have an ERP, you got an ERP, you got some benefit. You put just in time and you realized you could free up your capital, maybe to put your capital towards growth. So a lot of Lean and ERP did that. However, it has plateaued out. I doubt there is anybody here who's not using, if not they're not using ERP, they're not using some technology that helps them do their material resource planning, their inventory management. So we have derived the most that we could derive out of these technologies. The next frontier now is artificial intelligence. This again provides us that opportunity that existed maybe 3-4 decades ago when people figured out the one-piece flow just in time, came up with material resource planning. That is where I think today we stand with AI, specifically for manufacturing. And it's very difficult in the circles today to not talk about generative AI, and if you're not talking about generative AI, you should. And even if you're not talking, all of us are aware of it. We all keep hearing ChatGPT and Gemini and Grok for some people, or, there is a lot going on in the industry. And Gen AI in particularly holds immense potential for productivity gains in discrete manufacturing, in process manufacturing, even in automobile manufacturing. Automobile sector is one of your large customers that consumes a lot of steel anyway. I will let the numbers go, various reports identify various numbers, but it is sufficient to say that there are a lot of gains. It is important that we start looking at generative AI beyond using it for ourselves. It has a very good application in the enterprise as well. And it has captured our imagination. We keep reading so many things about generative AI. And today organizations are turning that excitement into business productivity and employee productivity. Let's start with an example of generative AI. US Steel is a 100-year-old company. They are fairly advanced when it comes to use of technology. And when they looked at where is it that they can find some improvement, some benefit, and they figured out that if their truck repair times is an area which could help them reduce waste in their process. While they work extensively with Google Cloud, they created an application called the Mind. And what the Mind application is, of course, it uses data, it uses analytics, but it has a wrapper of generative AI. And what does the generative AI wrapper do? It helps a technical or a technician reduce the time that it takes for her or him to execute a work order by 20%. Right. And you can imagine 20% is a very large reduction in time. And how are they able to do it? Any work order that comes along with the work order, the skilled technician needs to know what are the processes, needs to know what is the variant, what they have to do. Now, generative AI in natural language, without the user having to interact with the technology, just when they're doing things, generative AI can see what they're doing, guide them on what to do, provide them with all the information they need right then and there, give them the ability to update the systems that they need to update to say that I've reached this step. And with this alone, they're able to improve the work order turnaround time by 20%. So this is one example, mind, which they're doing. However, there are several examples that go. What this examples at least tells me is it is best to look first, find out, identify that area where improvement will mean some real material benefit to your business. Another way to look at it is see where you are being challenged. What are the challenges? What are you trying to solve for? And then figure out that what is the right technology for me to solve for it. So AI, again, it's a great topic. What AI really needs to do, I normally try to ask people for a raise of hands. It's after lunch. I'm not going to put you through that. But think about it. Do you think, are you scared of AI? Do you think, no, AI is not right for humanity? Or you think that, AI is absolutely the right thing to go for? Whichever side you might be, I'm not going to ask you to tell me, but whichever side you're going to be, the fact is you cannot ignore AI. I think what the real use, what I'm excited about AI is it can help unlock the expertise that exists in the organizations. Every organization has got processes, they've got experienced people, they've got people who've worked in the same business for 20, 30 years. They carry a lot of experience. I think AI's role first is to unlock the employee, the expertise that exists inside the employee. And today, generative AI can do that. Why it can do that today and why wasn't it doing earlier? Now, generative AI does not require model training. It does not require expensive data gathering. It does not require lines of code. It does not require you to call 10 domain experts and teach the programmer what to do and the programmer does it. Because generative AI is able to understand, like we understand our world, it is able to understand the problem statement that is given to it. It is smart enough to say that to solve this problem, I'm going to use this like we do. We reason out how to problem solve. So generative AI as a technology does that does that. So we definitely need AI that can unlock enterprise expertise. And I'll give you one example. Google Cloud has a solution called Agent Space. Maybe this is a good time. How many of you here have heard of AI agents? Yeah, fair, good enough. So AI agents are really the talk of the town everywhere because computers are very easily doing one task that is given to them. But what if I ask a program to do a set of 4 or 5 complicated tasks that requires reasoning, that requires decision making for that task to get completed? So that is essentially what agents are doing right now. Agents are able to take instruction that this is the result I want, and they're able to parse your statement. I'll take a very simple example. I have to head to the airport and I have to book an Ola cab. I am the agent in between. I decide what time is there and I go to the app and I do that. An agent, I would give it a complex task that, book an Ola cab for me for my flight this morning, so that theoretically that agent would know what flight I am on, how long I need to go from my home to the airport, what kind of cab I need to book, and I give this instruction, book me a cab to the airport, and it books the right cab for me at the airport, which is available. So you can think of agents as that, right? So at Google Cloud, we have something called Agent Space. What Agent Space does, it allows companies to bring all their agents, to surface all different agents that they will start using. It's fairly new, it's hot off the press for everyone. So you may not, if you're not having the context, don't worry about it. But Agent Space is a great tool to unlock enterprise expertise, because all the data that exists in your enterprise, all the rules that exist, your process flows that exist that can go in there. And agent space is multimodal. We are all humans, we are multimodal. We can see, we can hear, we can think. So similarly, agent space or AI today can understand a video, they can understand a piece of code, they can understand an image, they can understand several languages, they can understand writing. So they're multimodal and they automate your business functions and they give you a brand new way of interacting with your processes. Let me just run a short video about what agent space is about. So that just gives you a preview of what agent space does. Let's now deep dive a little bit further into how can AI help us in manufacturing. So digital transformation should be looked at across your entire value chain. You can start in part of a value chain, but you should be looking at digital transformation holistically. And when I say holistically, across all the functions, whether it is R&D, whether it is procurement, manufacturing, distribution, service, sales and marketing, each of these functions have a tremendous opportunity or they have a tremendous potential to improve themselves by first collecting your data in the right manner and then using data as that fuel to feed this engine which we call AI, right? And Google Cloud is a part of the larger company Google, which is part of the larger company Alphabet. So we are very familiar with Google's products, the ones that we use every day, Gmail and Google Maps and Play Store and Android phones. We look at ads that come up, that's another part of Google's different business units. Google Cloud is another business unit. We are primarily cloud service providers. So as Google Cloud, we can help you actualize a connected factory, right? For a connected factory, the first and foremost problem is data, especially manufacturing data, which we all call operational data. There are various consultants that have done that have developed an understanding that what percentage of data in a manufacturing organization is operational data and how much is IT data, information technology data. Data we are creating by emails and raising invoices and doing marketing and writing policies and writing legal contracts, that is one part of it. The data we are generating in a factory is 4 times that data. In your factory, in your organizations, if you think you have a lot of data and you have not considered the data coming out of your factories, so that lot of data you can think amounts to about 20% of the actual data that exists. And Google being a data company, we all love data. We get accused of using a lot of data. That's a separate point. But we have solved the problem of how to get this operational data into the information technology data. It requires edge solutions. It requires technologies that can read different protocols. It requires technology that can read data that is coming off of devices that were designed 30 years ago. The proprietary systems, there are a lot of complications. However, the first part of a connected factory is how do you get data from the machines and the processes that are running online and that are supporting them. So we can actually help you build an entire connected factory, make it intelligent, make it automated, put process automation, allow your workers to interact with their machines in their natural language, in their preferred natural language. It doesn't have to be just English, Hindi, Marathi, Punjabi. Several languages are supported, several dialects are supported. So while we've all been seeing digitalization of a factory, AI is making it much easier to interact with that technology. It's removing the pain of having a worker whose hands are tied up with jobs. How do they operate a computer? Can they not just, use audio and interact with the process? Ask if this is wrong, what do I do to fix it? Or if they see some anomaly, they can ask in their natural language, and it can guide them on what to do next. So there are various solutions that we bring to a connected factory, and this is somewhat of a eye chart. Pardon me for that. I think it should be visible all right. I won't go into too much detail, but I wanted to bring this up. If you take your attention to the right bottom side, it talks Manufacturing Connect, right? And the green bar on top of it says your data sources. So think of right from your raw material extraction to your sinter plants, to your furnaces, to your annealing machines, to surface finishing. This entire value chain, when you think about where is the data getting generated, that green bar represents that, right? You've got conveyors, you've got you're drilling the ground for raw material, you're using conveyors, you're using machines. Think of all of those assets in the green bar, and from there we work with various protocols, and essentially what this chart is telling you is you need to have a strategy to solve for your data. What you do with the data, there are many options. This is showing you one of the options. There is a manufacturing data engine. As the word says engine, this is the one that processes all the raw material and converts it into something that we can use. So now the top blue, green and yellow bars are showing you that what are the kinds of things you can do. You can bring your factory analytics, factory performance analytics. Your factory's HMIs can come on the cloud. That's a separate topic. If some of you will ask me, Sachin, why do I need an HMI on the cloud? But we can maybe discuss that afterwards. People are actually bringing their HMIs, human-machine interfaces, to the cloud. That is the part. The other part is there is a lot of innovation happening around us everywhere, just about everywhere. Your platform for using data and AI in your manufacturing should be such that it should allow you to use whatever innovation is happening anywhere. That's what the red bar on the top is talking about. And the yellow bar is talking about all that data that is not manufacturing data. How does that come into your manufacturing data engine? So this is just a small blueprint of what is the foundation architecture one needs in order to be able to get hold of the right raw material, which is the data in this case for your manufacturing plants. So we've looked at the process, we're saying that yes, data is important. We've figured it out what to do. What are some of the applications? Here an example is of visual inspection for production processes. There are various manufacturers mentioned here. You may say that steel manufacturer is missing, but don't worry about it. If you see companies like Kyocera or Toyota, they are all manufacturing company, or LG, CNS. But what visual inspection can do, right? Today, if I have to read the surface of a finished steel, right? Visual inspection can do that at a higher efficiency. It can also do that in hazardous conditions because, it's not a human, it's a technology that is doing that. And AI and ML powered processes across industries have brought a lot of reduction in the waste that happens because of bad quality by using visual inspection for production processes. A lot of phone manufacturers are using it. They put a camera and the printed circuit board is very small. And if a part goes from one station to the other with a wrongly fitted part or a missing part, it is able to recognize that in less than half of a second and stop the process right then and there. So this is one of the examples that how you can use visual inspection for production processes. Another you can talk about is automate the defect detection. So one is inspection, one is detection. So how do I automate defect detection? Today AI and ML can very easily learn. You have in your factories so much data from the past. Maybe there are some joints, some welds, some finishing that you have quality inspectors for, those can be all fed into a machine learning model, and the output will be that you can detect as a defect has occurred so that you can stop the process and do the mitigation so that the defect doesn't go to the next station. For vision, there is another application. You need safety application. Safety for your employees. Is everyone wearing their PPE or not? Attendance systems. People are walking in, those are attendance systems. How do you identify a hazardous situation is developing? So these solutions are live. They are being used here in India, outside, where it can detect that, look, I see a hazardous condition building up. An operator could be near the machine and not following the right protocols to put on the machine. Cloud Vision AI can do that. It is doing that. It can actually lock a machine if the operator has not taken sufficient safety protections. If you're not wearing a helmet, it can alert that you're in an area where a hard hat is required, but you're not wearing that hard hat. From inspection, that moves to analytics. There is always a debate. Some of you might be thinking that I really don't need the cloud because my processes happen like that. My reaction time is less than a second. What am I going to do with the data on the cloud? So that's a fair question, but any cloud solution first relies on the edge solution. So I earlier talked about how Google has solved for it. Today you have a lot of opportunities to do real-time data analysis at the edge itself. The drawback of an edge solution is that the space is small and you don't want to power it with a lot of electricity. You don't want to give it a lot of power and make it another problem how to manage it. Cloud does a very good job of creating algorithms. Edge does a really good job of running those algorithms. So that's how the cloud and edge friendship works. You collect the data, you send it to the cloud, you make the algorithms, and then you send the algorithms back to the edge. And these algorithms have become smart enough that they don't need a lot of processing power at the edge. So you can get your millisecond responses from the edge itself. There is also accelerating the time to insight. If something is going to fail, we put a lot of fail-safe mechanisms. I'll take a simple example of a fire. If a fire goes off, we've put an alarm, we've put a fire alarm. So before it goes up to 100 degrees, a fire alarm at 65 degrees starts saying that there is smoke and it can go on and it can help you out, right? So that is one way of getting insight of what is happening. However, another way to look at it is before the conditions that come for a fire or any other defect to happen, that is the insight that you want. Your furnace is operating at a certain capacity. Can you get a 20, 30-day advance alert saying that conditions are developing which I see that the furnace is likely to go down? Or even go to the extent today for all rotating and reciprocating machinery, there are a lot of solutions available that can alert you 30 days in advance that your gearbox, your rotating machine bases the signature and an AI algorithm is telling you where a condition has built up where you need to go fix it. And if you don't fix it, oh, by the way, you've got 20 days to fix it. You better fix it before 20 days if you want to prevent a downtime. Yeah. So we looked at visual inspection, that was the easier one. We looked at analytics. This data can be further transformed because when we talk about AI and ML, we are giving superhuman powers to this algorithm. If you think about it, today's algorithms or today's models, they say have exceeded an IQ of 120. And at any given point, I think less than 10 out of 100 people will have an IQ of over 120. But now think about it. Each one of us has at our beck and call a person with an IQ of 120 across all the domains. That's what AI agents are doing today. That's what ChatGPT is doing. That's what Gemini is doing. That is what OpenAI is doing. So these algorithms have reached a point where they have a very high IQ as compared to humans. So 120 is very high. In the next 5 years, researchers are projecting that each of these AI algorithms will exceed the IQ of 200. Now, if you're talking about less than 10 per 100 people having 120 IQ, 200 plus is probably at any given point there are less than 20 people who will have that kind of an IQ. Now think about what are you going to do with it. Think about you having it free because of your Gmail ID or because you have an Android phone. You have this intelligence available to you for free who can teach you, who can solve problems for you. So what does that have to do with my data? Now think about if to such an advanced algorithm I'm able to integrate, if I'm able to use it for enterprise applications like manufacturing, it can help me predict failure. So right now I was talking about, hey, I want to give you a 20-day notice that your machine, your furnace can go down. But what about if I'm able to predict and say that if you do this action on this machine, it is going to develop a condition that is going to cause it to go down and you're going to lose an efficiency. So that's failure prediction. Second is recommendation. How about having the ability to get a recommendation saying that if you're operating the machine with these kind of production orders and these processes and these settings, I'm recommending you what you need to do to lower the energy cost, to make it more efficient, to make it run for longer, right? What anomaly detection, energy analytics, dynamic threshold, a lot of these solutions today have become available because of the massive upgrade in computational capacities. So let me jump on to the next topic, right? We've talked a lot of the things about technical items. You might be thinking that this is a topic I may need to upgrade and understand what is algorithms, what is reinforcement learning, how are my teams going to use it? For the managers out there, you're saying that what is it of use to me? Now AI, when you put it on top of generative AI, it really changes the game. If we think about those who are you have responsibilities for manufacturing. What is it that you really want to know about your manufacturing asset or your manufacturing operations? You want to know what is going wrong. You want to know why is it going wrong. Plus, you want to know what do I need to do to fix it, right? I have so many things to do. I have these orders to complete. My OTIF is going down. My costs are increasing. But essentially, this is what you want to know. And if you want to know this, why should you have to read a very complicated chart? Why should there be 100 columns and 100 rows with all the colors in the spectrum asking you to find out what is wrong, what is going down, what is not working right? So how do we replicate this knowledge of starting from that question to the answer? So I'm going to show you a demo. This is called a manufacturing Gen AI agent. This manufacturing Gen AI agent essentially does that. It removes the load for an operator or for a stakeholder or a manager to read a boring row and column structured report, but just ask what they want to know and the technology will tell them. Yeah, so let me just run it for you. For it to make more sense, this is a fictitious company with just 2 lines. It's got some machines. It's got some performance indicators like mean time between failure, on-time delivery. So that's a basic this thing, right? So let me run the demo and you'll see how this agent is able to answer simple questions.
Operation managers really care about 3 things. What's going on in their factory operations? Why is it going wrong? And how to fix things when they go wrong. When they ask their Gen AI agent, what's not working well in Plant 1 and Plant 2, it understands and uses to identify anomalous KPIs for the plant. Its reasoning comes from prompt-trained manufacturing context for the scenario. The KPI source is BigQuery, ensuring factuality. The Gen AI agent has pulled Plant P1 KPIs, compared it with threshold values, and summarized the analysis in the table. OEE is a problem area and needs further analysis. Similar analysis is done for Plant P2, which has no issues. The Gen AI agent has provided commentary of analysis and visualization. The agent can help us understand how to improve performance of OEE. It uses its manufacturing problem solving to understand poor performing machines and root cause. It suggests steps to fix the issue from information in the manufacturing manual and the SOP. The The agent has identified CNC GRD9 and CNC GRD10 as problem machines. It further identifies the root cause for poor OEE and fixes to be done. The data is grounded by BigQuery and Vertex AI for document search. Build your manufacturing Gen AI agents with us to go from issue to action in the most efficient way.
So yeah, this agent has essentially done that, that you just ask what is going wrong. It has enough intelligence to say that these are the parameters of your plant and this is what you need to do it. What it requires, if you want to do something like this, what it really needs is disparate data sources to come together. That is the first thing. It needs to understand your machine data, your machine manual, service manual, your production plan. You just need to get your data right. Once you understand your data, then you can build some things like this, where it can just converse with the model and get recommendations on what to do it. So in this particular example, it was able to go and identify that these were the 3 maintenance incidents that were the root cause of the OEE going down, for example, right? Similarly, while this is, let's say, for a manager of the manufacturing facility, what about the worker that is there? So I talked about natural language. Today, you can very easily make it, vernacular models are available. They don't just understand Hindi, in English, they understand English as well. So all your slangs, and we can have the worker have access to this intelligence, what they need to do about their jobs, whatever support they need, right at their machines. I talked a lot about, because the topic today is AI in data and AI in manufacturing. However, every business, especially steel business, has a lot of logistics requirements, whether it is inbound raw material or outbound raw material. Google, of course, Google, part of Alphabet, is a large conglomerate now. Google Cloud is one of the business areas, but Google Maps is another business area. While we work together very well, Ads is another one that we see, Google Ads and Google Marketing. So you can also integrate with Google Maps. It's got inbuilt algorithms to make sure that your fleet routings, your material delivery inside the plant, outside the plant, inbound, outbound, you can make them much more efficient. You can bring in features when you deliver the final product to your customers, shipment tracking, you can aid the driver, you can track your fleet. A lot of the solutions are available in routing as well. One typical question that I encounter when I talk up to companies and my customers about using cloud and using data, eventually if someone is convinced, then they ask about what is going to happen to the security and privacy of my data. If I use cloud today, am I going to be in trouble tomorrow because of some regulation that will come? A lot of us are not just operating in India, right? I'm sure a lot of here have got mines, operations that are in multiple countries. So if you start using the cloud, how does Google Cloud manage your risk of rules and regulations? Privacy is one option, but maybe I just went ahead of myself, but I'll just complete my thought that we offer sovereign cloud. So sovereign cloud, what we offer as Google, is in preparation to make sure, because eventually all governments are going to have regulations that data that originates in a particular geography has to stay in that geography. It cannot go outside of that geography. So, so we've got sovereign cloud. We're thinking ahead of that, and we also make that available. So we've looked at a couple of things today: data, AI, artificial intelligence, generative AI, visual inspection, fleet routing. Now let's talk about sustainability. You should feel good that Google Cloud operates the cleanest cloud in the industry. I read 2 articles, very interesting, in the last 2 days. I'm not going to bring one of them up because you guys are more experienced about steel. One was about some new innovation in steel manufacturing. But the other was talking about that all cloud providers have paused their data centers. And the reason they have paused their data centers is because there is not enough capacity in the world to produce electricity. And that's why Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they're wondering, that we cannot make our investments because there is not enough electricity in the world. However, Google Cloud does operate the cleanest cloud in the industry. So whatever our data centers are using electricity for, it is getting replenished by renewable energy. So if you're using Google Maps to come here and you're checking your Gmail on the go or reading news, it is all running off of a very clean cloud. But it just doesn't stop there. We work with a lot of customers in India for their sustainability goals. We've got Google Earth Engine. We are able to use satellite to figure out your GHG emissions from your manufacturing areas. We can help you track your suppliers because you all have targets for green sourcing. How green are your suppliers, that can be tracked. What is happening with the impact to your environment that is happening because of your businesses through satellite imagery can be tracked. So we've got 50 petabytes of data that is available for enterprises, which they can use to chart out their sustainability journey. What I want to, again, we first talk about US Steel. I'm going to talk about Swiss Steel. Swiss Steel also uses a lot of our smart analytics capabilities. You always solve one problem and then you have to solve for some other problems. Swiss Steel had this problem once they started using analytics. They realized they need way too much computing power. They said, is it worth it to use so much technology, because it was getting very expensive for them. Here, this example is talking about that how there are certain tools available that can help you reduce your costs while scaling up, because everyone faces the challenge of scaling up. As steel manufacturers, you would, as technology providers, we do. So this case study is talking about how there are tools available to help scale up your own digital footprint without having to spend a fortune on it. Siemens Energy is a good, you have a symbiotic relationship with energy producers as steel industry. Siemens Energy is a big customer of Google Cloud as well, and they also use a lot of supply chain and sensor data in order to make sure that the wastage, or they can make their energy production more and more efficient. They have a goal to go climate neutral by 2030, and they work extensively with Google Cloud in achieving that goal. I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. I did mention agents. I did mention a lot of manufacturing things, but let me leave it at a little lighter note. At Google, we've been trying to figure out, can there be a universal agent? If there is a universal agent, what it would look like. So I'm going to show you an example. This has got nothing to do with AI and manufacturing, but it'll tell you where technology is at least where Google technology is at today.
Okay, let's do some tests. Tell me when you see something that makes sound. I see a speaker, which makes sound. What is that part of the speaker called? That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds. Give me a creative alliteration about these. Creative crayons color cheerfully. They certainly craft colorful creations. What does that part of the code do? This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AES-CPC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, ID. That's right. What neighborhood do you think I'm in? This appears to be the King's Cross area of London. It is known for its railway station and transportation connections. Do you remember where you saw my glasses? Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple. What can I add here to make this system faster? Adding a cache between the server and database could improve speed. What does this remind you of?
So this is our idea for universal agent. It is built on Gemini. Gemini current. Thank you. Thank you. So Gemini currently is it in a 2.5 release version. I assume most of us have a Gmail ID. You all have access to it. So if you want to try it out, you can. It's available for everyone. Enterprise subscriptions are different. I can pull up my phone and show it something and ask what's going on. It'll tell me that. Of course, free tiers are limited, but I would strongly encourage, if you've not tried out Gemini, you could try that out. It's available for everyone, at least for a certain usage tier, right? And that brings me to the end of my talk today. Thank you so much for giving me your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for that absolutely intriguing and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now open the floor for questions. We have volunteers with microphones. Kindly raise your hand, wait till the mic reaches you, and do identify yourself before asking your question. Yes, sir.
May I ask one question? See, I am into the design engineering for the steel plant and the consultancy business. So recently we started using AI. I asked many of my colleagues to start using for the day-to-day work of the AI. But there were certain worries. One is like, see, there are so many, if you do some building calculations, like suppose this building is to be created, we need some certain calculations. So certain guidelines, some standards, some codes, some government rules are to be complied. But we are afraid on the AI platform whether those compliances are there or not. That is one thing. Second thing, what happens, we also get afraid that whatever we do, it goes to the others, to the world, other worlds. So my privacy or my data security is lost. So how do you address these two things?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So there are two uses of AI. One is that you're using an AI that is available in an individual capacity. You have not gone and contracted with the company whose AI model you're using. So if you have no signed contract, which means that they are using they have rights to the questions that you're asking, right? Because you've not contracted with them. But when it comes to enterprise applications, Google as well as others you will sign a contract with them that will give you your own private space, a private cloud, right? And that private cloud, you will have legal as well as third-party certifications that will tell you, that will give you the comfort and protection that the model provider is not using your data to train someone else. So that is a contractual thing that can be solved. Your first question was that if you're going to use AI, how do you know whether the AI, are the fire safety or setback rules of this building for Mumbai Corporation are there or not? So that's the due diligence you would have to do. Today, for that specific topic, I'll give you an example. I'll not name them. We've got a large conglomerate in Mumbai who are also into real estate business. They are our customers, and we are building a model for them where they can evaluate if this is a land parcel, how much can I build. But we have specifically added the municipal laws and the regulations that are needed. So you have to do that due diligence. Out of the box, that AI will not have it, but you will have to do that. You'll have to get that integrated into the AI. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. First of all, thank you for your beautiful presentation on Google Cloud. It cleared the cloud of doubts in our mind. Sir, we are in the stainless steel business. Like we are making the flat products. Since the flat products, the surface quality is very much significant in each and every stage, sir. Like we have a hot slabs, the temperature will be of around 800 degrees Celsius on the discharge slab. And in the hot rolling mill, the temperature is around same 700 to 800. And in the annealing and pickling lines, we run the strip at the speed of 50 meters per minute. And in the cold rolling mill, again the strip will be covered with the oil. These are the intermediate stages. Each and every intermediate stages, the prone for the surface defects is possible. So, and it is complex also. Can we train the model, like our AI, ML, what you are told in that visual inspection, to detect all these defects, like in the adverse conditions also, like high speed with the high temperature, because the radiations will be more? Or any other steel industry is now using this, or you have anything customized for the steel industry, sir?
Yes, so see I'll first tell you that from a Google Cloud perspective or even other cloud providers, what they're bringing to you is a platform, right? On that platform is a lot of build that is required. So a direct answer, can an AI model be built for like that? Yes, absolutely it can. Can it work at that speed? Absolutely it can work at that speed. You saw Project Astra, it was pretty much working live. I have tried it on my phone. It works on a 4G connection. It can run live. So the speed at which the model needs to make a decision, that is solved for. If I understood part of your question correctly, the challenge at least that I see, and I see also when I interact with customers, in the hazardous environments, how do you evacuate the data from there, right? And that is where things that, we have to rely on partners. There's a company like Google, let's say, would not have a solution that how do you acquire and evacuate the data inside a chamber that is running at 800 degrees centigrade. However, people are solving for it to see that can they use derived data? Is there any other parameter which is not in the hazardous condition, but it is related to it? And then the algorithm or the AI model can work very well with that. So I hope I was able to answer your question.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I am Nilesh Sinha, heading the projects division of the consultancy division of SAIL. And I would like to take forward the question of our ED, Mr. S.K. Verma. We of late have been trying to integrate the use of AI in our day-to-day work. And basically, we have identified two different types of usages. One is the detailed technical calculations and all. And the second part is like general usage, where we use it, a generative AI for, say, offer evaluation, where we are getting good results in that. So we are getting very voluminous offers, and sometimes 100 offers, which we are able to evaluate using AI quite quickly. But coming to the two concerns that we have been facing, one raised by Mr. Verma. One is regarding the data privacy, where you have already told that we need to go for an enterprise version sort of thing, where we have some kind of contract agreement so that data cannot go to the other side. It works like a diode. Second part is with respect to design calculations, where I personally tried designing Venturi or say a control valve and all. So what I'm finding that there was lack of repeatability or consistency in the results. Sometimes I was getting accurate results which I was able to validate with my already cases which are in use in steel plants. But then I tried with using the paid version, where I saw that I have to make the temperature setting to 0. Normally the temperature setting is 0.9 or 1, where you have a lot of brainstorming you can have. But for design calculations, as said, I have to make it 0. Now still, although it was better, I was defining all standards and everything, but still there is, I'm finding the data consistency is not, the repeatability is not there. So I would like to ask this question, why I'm not getting data consistency? Although the prompt has been perfect. Okay, so one thing is that. Second is regarding the, there are two approaches basically. One is a very comprehensive approach where we build our own customized LLMs, train them. So it requires a lot of money, it requires a lot of training models and all those things. So that is a more comprehensive approach. And the other is using the tools which you are already shown. So particularly for operational side, what is your suggestion? Should we have our own customized trained models we should use? or we can straight away think of using the available tools. And regarding repeatability, if you can answer my question, it would be of great help.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your question. So why are you not able to get the accuracy for your design calculations or repeatability? One thing that I can think of while we can have a more detailed discussion is a lot of these models have two things that you can do to them. One is fine-tune them and the other is distill them. So I'll give you maybe a quick example. In the automotive industry, any new model, you have to calculate its drag coefficient, which says how aerodynamic the shape is. Now we did this in India with one of our customers, where a similar problem had to be solved, that the calculation, how aerodynamic is the shape, I have to calculate it to 3 digits for it to be accepted by the certification agencies. So when we started doing this model training, we faced similar problems. One thing that we solved for it is we realized we needed to give it more data sets. So while we gave it previously 400 models, that wasn't sufficient. For this use case, we realized we had to give it 700 mesh models. If some of you want to know the accurate term, we gave it it was a design CAE mesh models we gave it to. So what we figured out is we were able to, one area was give it more data sets to learn. Second is we had to fine tune it and distill it for that particular application. So if I'm doing it for drag coefficient, then I have to do it for that. And these two items now I've got a model that erstwhile that would take 12 minutes to arrive at the calculation. I was able to arrive at it in about a minute. And any automotive company over the life of in a year typically does about 1,000 such calculations. So you can imagine 1,000 into 12 minutes versus 1,000 into 2 minutes. That's the kind of results that we were able to get. Your second question, sir, was about what should be your strategy in terms of comprehensively utilizing generative AI or AI technology. Most certainly, training your own LLM, in some use cases it might be, but if you're operating in a time-constrained and resource-constrained environment and you have a very finite timeline to deliver something, you have to use something which is already available. Today, the risks are very low in terms of you can take what is available, bring it into your environment. You can even say, you sir said you're from Steel Authority of India, we've got customers who say that I work on projects that none of the data can go to the cloud. So can you bring the cloud capabilities to my data center? So right to that point, now technology is available where you can bring these LLMs, put it inside your data centers, and then you fine-tune them and distill them for your needs. So the manufacturing Gen AI agent that I showed you was essentially an out-of-the-box model, but it was fine-tuned to understand manufacturing.
All right, so I think we can take and the rest of the questions offline, please, if that is all right with you.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Kamal from Siemens, and it was a good presentation. We came to know how Google plays a vital role in AI technology, and we came to know something new about that. But my question stands here, what is the, sorry.
So this will
What
be
is
the last.
What is your sense on adoption of the AI technology for these commercial applications in the industrial market, and basically in the steel industry?
So your question was that what are the applications of AI, commercial applications of AI in the steel industry?
Steel industries, yeah.
May I? You want me?
Please, please. I'm willing to make any commercial difference during our day-to-day life or with what currently running in the market.
So really there are, I would not use any of these if there is no commercial benefit, to tell you the truth, but the area to look for commercial benefit are really two. If you're purely looking at operations, how do you take cost out of your operations? So that is the commercial model, that any of these technologies you're applying should help you, they should help you pay for it maybe in the 6th month or the 7th month or maybe 1 year. The other area of AI technologies is, can it help me grow my company more? Can it help me find newer markets? Can it help me find cheaper resources? So that's another area, that how do you access a larger market? How do you read what are the trends in the market? how do you make yourself known more into your buyers community, whether it is B2B or B2C? So yeah, that would be my response.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri T. Kumareshan, Senior Vice President and Head of Minerals and Metals, M&M, an independent company at the Larsen & Toubro Limited. Under his leadership, M&M has become India's market leader in the sector with a significant footprint in the Middle East. Could I request you, sir, for your address as well as the vote of thanks?
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sachin. After a powerful presentation, I don't have any presentation. Thanks, FICCI Organizing Committee, which gave me 1 hour notice. Yes, you should talk about AI on, AI and digitalization in construction industry. Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to each and every one of you. Let me introduce myself. My name is T. Kumareshan. I represent the company which touches the billions of lives every day, often without realizing. The utensils you use in your kitchen, the road you take for travel, the car you drive, and the aircraft you fly. And there is a piece of metal in every element. Even the building where we are sitting right now, the team Larsen & Toubro, Minerals and Metals team has contributed one or other way to build these monuments. We have contributed more than 40 million hot metal over the last 15 years. We provide end-to-end solutions across the metal industry, which is steel, aluminium, copper, zinc. And very recently, we have added gold in our portfolio. Probably next time when you go to the jewelry shop to buy a jewel for your loved ones, you might end up with buying this gold which was conceptualized, designed and built by Team Larsen & Toubro. The AI and digitalization, construction industry is one of the lowest usage in terms of AI and digitalization. But in Larsen & Toubro, our CMD has a vision 15 years before. We had our digital policy, digital transformation. Today, after 15 years, we have done a good amount of digital in our industry, and that is serving my customers effectively. Many of my customers and consultants are sitting here. Let me talk about digital first, how it is reshaping or revolutionizing the construction industry. Today, if I talk about engineering, the engineering is the first thing which happens with the complete today. Gone are the days that, we do that drafting and CAD/CAM. Today, all our engineering is being done in the 3D models. We are graduating into 4D and slowly into 5D, which is a resource-loaded schedule. Engineering plays a very, very vital role. Today, we work in a digital platform where no more physical or paperwork. Entire drawing, the platform, various disciplines, be it civil, structural, piping, equipment, engineering, electrical, instrumentation, all work in one platform where people can work simultaneously, and all these drawings have been translated to the consultants and also for the customers for online checking. They can give the comment in the drawing, and the comment can be received sitting here, correct it, and send it to construction site for construction. This helps Often, the error-free drawing, those who are in the steel industry or any other industry will know that difficulty of tracking the revision in the drawings. It's very easy to track by using digital tools at site, using the right revision of the drawing. That way, digital is transformed, and which has increased our productivity by 15 to 20%. When I talk about material management, supply chain, today the scenario, the volatile scenario, supply chain plays the biggest role in ensuring the projects completing on time. Right from the PR generation, which is purchase requisition, we call it as PR to purchase order, PR to PO, then PO to manufacturing clearance, then manufacturing, then inspection, delivery. Complete this value chain is tracked in a digital tool which we called as a material tracking system. At any point of time, you can see, in Larsen & Toubro, we order $7 to $8 billion of worth of materials every year across for all our projects. Tens of thousands of purchase orders has been getting released every month. It's very easy to track once we use the digital tool and intervention. Once the purchase start date and end date is put, it automatically generates a reminder to the user and the next level saying that, look, this item is supposed to be delivered on this date, it's nearing, please let's know the status. That is the effect of this digital and AI revolution in supply chain. When I talk about construction, today everyone knows who is associated with EPC business or construction, how difficult it is to get the labor in Indian scenario. Here again, the labor we track. We use the extensive digital app called Visa, which is workman induction and safety assessment. A worker comes to a site. Today, Larsen & Toubro engages 400,000 workmen every day across over 250 sites. All these workmen have been tracked through a digital app, which is this Visa, like is linking his Aadhaar card, police verification, medical certification, safety induction, which takes 2 to 3 days before he put it into the job. Next, many steel plants today, it's hardly any greenfield steel plant is there. All are brownfield expansion. All these steel plants are in a fully closed environment where the worker movement, right from he enters the gate till he goes to the workplace. If I talk about the 5 million ton expansion, is spread over at least 100 to 150 acres area with various facilities. Probably blast furnace at one location, coke oven battery, raw material handling system, steel melt shop, and connected hot strip mill and downstream mills. The digital app which tracks the workman right from the gate, the facial traction to identify the person. So by the time he reaches the site, it is ensured that this particular workman or worker has entered the site. So what is next? The next is that we track the movement of the workman, because in a steel plant, you know that many agencies are working, many plant work is happening. As a principal employer, once he is enrolled in the attendance of Larsen & Toubro, we are liable to pay his wages. The next is, where does he work? We track his each and every movement by using RFIDs, cards, tracking the workman. By end of the day, we use app to track what is input versus output. And EPC industry is the very competitive market where you, unless and until you bring effectiveness and efficiency you are not going to make money. So, each and every supervisor is provided with an app and an iPad. He needs to enter the output, what he has got from that particular area. Again, before the worker moves out, the progress is entered, daily P&L is made. How much is the input? What is your labor cost? What is your productivity? How much is going to be the rate per unit? That is on the labor. And next is, we are using extensively in the safety. Safety today, we have that apps using the AI techniques. We place the cameras at different locations. It captures the unsafe acts of various workmen and give to the server back, and it is alerted to the supervisor before it becomes an accident or nearby. He has been, identified, and he has been, rectified the situation. Next is material tracking. Whoever does the project management or the construction, how difficult is, the material tracking at the construction site. The more and more footprint is coming down, closer to closer, you don't have ample space to, keep your all materials the way you want it to be. You have very limited space. You need to plan your activities in such a way to bring the materials just in time to erect the material. I just wanted to tell an example how digital is revolutionizing this material tracking in construction industry. Many of my customers and consultants are here. If I talk about coke oven battery, the coke oven battery, if you see it's a refractory brick. Those who knows the refractory only knows it has got thousands of sizes, thousands of shapes, and 3 or 4 different ribbon grades. But all look same. If you miss one size or one shape, it's going to be a nightmare, because this refractory has to live for ETS at least 20 to 25 years. We extensively used QR code to store this material with the geotagging, which has literally reduced the tracking and traceability of materials, which in turn increase the output or productivity. I can keep on adding. The AI side, which we are using extensively, using building information models and other things. And last not but the least, the digital and AI is going to transform the industry. We at Larsen & Toubro is fully geared up, and already we are in a matured level, and we would like to take this into the next level. And I must thank Steel Ministry for this organizing this India Steel 2025, and thanks to the FICCI organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to talk on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I will now request Shri Rajkumar, Joint Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please present a memento to Shri Sachin Sanghi, Principal Architect, Manufacturing Google, as a token of appreciation and gratitude. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session. Request you gentlemen to please join us in the audience. We will now exchange an MOU between Kalyani Steel and Danieli. Thank you. Could I request Shri Rakesh Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel, and Shri Pamar Gajendra, MD and CEO, Danieli India Limited, to please step up on stage and exchange the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you that this Memorandum of Understanding is for fostering strategic collaboration between Danieli and the Kalyani Group for advancing innovation, operational excellence and sustainability in the steel sector. I request Shri Rakesh Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel, and Shri Panwar Gajendra, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Danieli India Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Ravindra Kumar Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel, and Shri Pamar Gajendra, MD and CEO, Danieli India Limited, to exchange an MOU. Let us celebrate this moment with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, this MOU is for fostering strategic collaboration between Danieli and Kalyani Group for advancing innovation, operational excellence and sustainability in the steel sector. Many congratulations. Thank you. We are moving towards the last session of the first day of India Steel 2025. Just give us a few moments for the session changeover and we'll be back. We have Srimati Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and Shri Amarendu Prakash, Chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited. On behalf of Australia, we have His Excellency Philip Green, Australia's High Commissioner to India, and Shri Dipankar Chakraborty, Managing Director, South Asia, UNSW. Let us all welcome them on stage with a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So this MOU is to establish a framework for mutual cooperation in the areas of research and development, collaborative work on technologies, and exchange of knowledge in the field of iron and steel production. So congratulations on that. The MOU exchange between SRTMI and the University of New South Wales. Indeed a proud moment for both India and Australia. Congratulations yet again, Srimati Neha Verma, Shri Amarendu Prakash, His Excellency Philip Green, and Shri Dipankar Chakraborty. Thank you very much. I draw your attention, we will be having a knowledge draw towards the end of this session, that is end of day 1. So at your entry, you have dropped your visiting cards, and we will be looking at some lucky winners. So do stay back, and we will be conducting this knowledge draw at the end of day 1 after this last session. Thank you. May I have your attention? All those outside the conference area requested to please proceed inside. We are beginning the last session of day one immediately. All those inside requested to please be seated, and I hope your cell phones are on the silent, and we all know the reason why. So good evening and welcome to the last session of day one, and the topic is international cooperation in steel sector. I invite on stage His Excellency Philip Green, Australia High Commissioner to India. Welcome again, sir. Shri Vinod Kumar Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Shri Amitava Mukherjee, Chairman cum Managing Director, NMDC Limited and NMDC Steel Limited. I believe Shri Mukherjee will join us shortly. Shri Ashwini Kumar, Economic Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you. Shri Ranjan Dhar, Director and Vice President of Sales and Marketing, AMNS India. Shri Dhar also will be joining us shortly. Shri Rajiv Maitra, Partner, Deloitte. Welcome to you. And a hearty welcome to you, sir. At the outset of this session, let me call upon Shri Vinod Kumar Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for the welcome address and context setting. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellency Philip Green, Chairman and Managing Director, NMDC, distinguished speakers under the dais, distinguished guests, industry leaders, global partners, and fellow colleagues. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this important gathering, where we converge to chart a visionary path forward, one that is bold, collaborative, and rooted in both global cooperation and national self-reliance. India is on the cusp of a transformative journey in the steel sector. With our current production capacity standing at around 200 million ton, we are poised to scale up to 300 million ton by 2030. Alongside this, per capita steel consumption is projected to rise from current 98 kg to 160 kg by 2030. Reflecting the massive domestic requirement of infrastructure development, urbanization, and industrial expansion. But reaching this vision is not just about numbers. It requires long-term planning and a solid foundation across multiple fronts. First and foremost, we must address the issue of raw material security. Achieving 300 million tons of production will demand robust and uninterrupted access to critical resources like coking coal, manganese, limestone, and dolomite. In an increasingly uncertain global environment, as we have all witnessed during pandemic, this calls for long-term, reliable international partnership built on trust, resilience, and mutual benefit. Equally critical is collaboration in technology. The future of steel lies in being energy efficient, process efficient, and sustainable. India welcomes partnership in green technologies, low carbon processes, and digital innovation that can improve productivity while reducing the environmental footprint in steel production. We also recognize the importance of heavy mining equipment. In scaling up our capacity, we invite technology leaders to collaborate with Indian partners to develop and produce these machines locally. This aligns with our national vision of Atmanirbharta, self-reliance not through isolation, but through strategic, value-driven partnership that helps build capability within the country while meeting the needs of our vast and growing domestic demand. At the same time, as India emerges as global manufacturing powerhouse, we are equally focused on building mutually beneficial trade relationship for finished steel product. Our goal is not just to produce more, but to trade more, to contribute to global supply chain, and to work with partner nations in creating value for all stakeholders. In conclusion, the future of steel is not built in isolation. It is forged through collaboration across borders, across sectors, and across technologies. Let this platform be an opportunity to build those connections, to share insight, and to move forward together towards a resilient, self-reliant, and globally integrated steel industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the initial remarks and also for setting the tone of this session. I will now request His Excellency Philip Green, Australia High Commissioner to India, for his address. Your Excellency.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to have the opportunity to be here in Mumbai for this very important forum. I'm delighted to be on the same panel as my friend, Joint Secretary Tripathi, my even longer-term friend, Chairman of MDC Mukherjee, who knows the Australian scene very well. And I want to thank very much the Ministry of Steel and FICCI for being the key players in putting on today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that I have addressed a public gathering this week, and I want to begin by expressing my deepest sympathies and condolences for those who've been affected by the outrage at Pahalgam that we learnt of only a couple of days ago. Australians are united with Indians in their grief at what has occurred. And we stand with India and with those who have suffered as they go through this period of trauma. Ladies and gentlemen, my remarks will be relatively brief and high level today, since the Australian electoral system will be holding an election, a federal election, in just 10 days' time. We are in what we call the caretaker period, and so it's appropriate for me not to break any new ground, but to stick to things that are very much part of existing Australian policy. So the first thing to say is that Australia and India have been friends for a very long time, but we are now in a completely new phase. I have been sent here to take the Australia-India relationship as far and as fast as I possibly can. We are already at the highest level of our partnership seen in our history. And as we see it, there are three fundamental drivers for that very high point. The first is that although we have long been friends, Australia and India now, through the Quad and with our partnership in the Indo-Pacific, we are strategic partners. That means we are both aware of the opportunities and challenges of our region, but more than that, that we have a vision as to how we deal with it together to ensure that our societies remain free and prosperous. The second key driver of our strong bilateral relationship at the moment is the strong complementarity between our economies. Now, India is growing fast, and everyone knows that, and there isn't a jurisdiction on the planet that won't be interested in engaging with India at the moment. But think of it this way. Australia is a very different sort of economy to India's. We are an economy which is very strong in energy and resources and skills, the things that India will need to power the next generation of its growth. And the third reason why we believe that this bilateral relationship is going far and fast is because of what Prime Minister Modi describes as the human bridge. There are now 1 million people of Indian origin living in Australia. Now, 1 million people might not seem a lot to you, but I have to tell you, in the context of my continent, where we only have 26 million people, the Indian diaspora is a very important part of our society. It is the fastest growing multicultural group in our society and much appreciated as we go forward in our journey. So we are very positive about our bilateral engagement with India, and we are strong supporters of Indian growth. We are believers that India is on its way to being one of the great economies on the planet. Already, India is the fastest growing large economy in the world, and we are confident that by 2030 it will eclipse Japan and Germany and become the third biggest economy on the planet, bested only by the United States and China. Part of that will require the growth of India's steel sector, and Australia backs India's steel sector too. I listened carefully this morning to the remarks by Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister of India, when he outlined his plans for your steel sector. We too perceive that India's steel sector will grow fast to meet the demands of industry, of infrastructure, and of manufacturing. And we also believe that India has a bright future as a planet we move towards a greener future. We think that India's ambition for a green steel future is an important one, and one in which Australia has a part to play. So today, I just want to briefly outline at the headline level the way in which Australia can be and wants to be a partner in India's steel future. Firstly, there's been a lot of discussion today about the need that India has, even as it seeks self-reliance in its steel industry, for inputs from abroad. And this is where Australia plays a big role. As you well know, Australia's metallurgical coal is key to India's steel production and to many of the businesses who are here today. In fact, that met coal represents 40% of India's needs, and it's also more than half of what is produced in Australia. The Australian government is committed to ensuring energy security in our region, and that includes India. We have positive projections for the next few years as India's demand will grow and will be a reliable and stable supplier. Secondly, as India moves towards its green steel future, many perceive liquid natural gas as a stepping stone. And here too, Australia can play a role. Australia's largest reserves of LNG are off the northwest coast of our continent. That is just a short way across the northeast Indian Ocean to the east coast of Australia, where your reserves of iron ore are. So as India considers the stepping stone of LNG for producing coal in the eastern part of this subcontinent, you may well wish to consider the fact that high-quality, large reserves of liquid natural gas from my country are available just across the water. Now, I need to be clear that this will not happen tomorrow. These reserves take a long period of development, but I do think that this is a way in which we could be collaborating in the future, just as Japan and Korea, as part of their industrial development, have now relied for decades on Australian liquid natural gas. I can see a future in which India is using LNG as part of its steel story. And thirdly, let me turn to the future that Prime Minister Modi outlined, where India is producing green steel. Australia is very ready to be a partner with India as we move towards this phase. We are already working through our governments on a green steel research partnership, which is creating a solid foundation for efforts to decarbonise the steel supply chain. And in our industry, we have very high-level capability and high prospectivity for hydrogen, as well as a strong research and innovation backdrop, which can be part of India's story. Australia is already leading with green and low-carbon iron ore. A combination of Australia's magnetite iron ore and our capacity to produce green or low-carbon energy means that Australia could be in a place to provide India with some of the inputs it needs. For instance, our firm Green Steel Western Australia is looking to use its $2.5 billion plant to produce low-carbon DRI for export to be part of India's supply chain. And our firm Fortescue will use an electric smelting furnace powered by green hydrogen and renewable energy to produce high-purity green iron ore. These could become inputs to India's green steel journey. We are also ready to share and engage with India on our tech. BHP, Australia's steel mothership, and the Steel Authority of India signed an MOU to collaborate on producing low-carbon steel using biochar. And BHP is also working with JSW Steel and Carbon Clean to explore the use of technology to capture up to 100,000 tonnes of CO2 per year in emissions from steelmaking. And I don't need to tell you, because you are here to witness the signing ceremony just now, where our university, the University of New South Wales, one of the finest universities of our country, is partnering with India in a new way to help the green transition through the use of technology. All of this goes to show that Australian businesses are eager and keen and ready to work with India. I have experienced this myself. I led the Australian delegation to India's Mining and Machinery Expo in Kolkata last year. I was delighted to find a number of things. Firstly, that the Australian delegation was the largest delegation to that conference. Secondly, that our delegation was full of people with technologies and capabilities that can help in the process of sustainability and greening steel. And thirdly, you might like to know, a large proportion of the Australian delegation to that conference were people of Indian origin, demonstrating that they have a capacity to help drive our bilateral relationship as we go forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that Australia has many things that India can take advantage of in the next phase of its growth. We will be, as we are now, a trusted energy trading partner for India into the future, and we are well placed to provide India with the minerals, skills and tech it needs to green its steel sector. Together, we can grow India's steel making and its economy by leaning into Australia's raw materials, resources and cutting-edge technology, both now and to the future. I thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that extremely intriguing address. Well, His Excellency has to be at some other place now, so he will be taking leave. Could I request, sir, just a minute. I would request Shri Vinod Kumar Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to please present a memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. I request you, Your Excellency, to please accept the same. His presence is required elsewhere, so he will be leaving now, and we express Thank you. We will get into a panel discussion now. So I request the moderator, Shri Rajiv Mehta, partner Deloitte, to kindly take charge of this segment. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Marcy. A very good evening to all of you, dignitaries on the dais, delegates. Really privileged to be here on behalf of Deloitte. And we had a very powerful, power-packed speech by His Excellency Mr. Philip Green, who spoke about how India and Australia are collaborating on multiple fronts. He spoke about raw materials, he spoke about green steel, he spoke about some of the other technologies, capital goods, and so on and so forth. In fact, last year we had, had the privilege of working with the Government of India, Ministry of Steel, to look at what can be the potential collaboration areas from a steel sector perspective. So we looked at areas like raw materials, we looked at areas like technology, various technologies, including breakthrough technologies. We looked at areas like, investments in foreign assets, investments in inbound investments as well in capital goods, and of course, looking at overall how do we improve our trade overall for a steel perspective. But quite a few learnings, and maybe I'll start off with Mr. Amitabh Mukherjee, Honorable CMD, NMDC. Mr. Mukherjee, we understand that you are looking at 100 million tons iron ore portfolio production by 2030, and in terms of that is of course going to secure India's raw material security to a large extent. But how do you see international collaboration opportunities in the steel sector beyond the commendable job that NMDC is doing today in the Indian mining sector and especially iron ore? And what are the kind of, how we would also like to touch upon your global, some of the partnerships as well as investments in even Australia, you have an investment.
Thank you, Rajiv. As you know, it's mostly in the public domain that we aspire to be a 100 million ton iron ore company by 2030, and we are investing about $9 billion, approximately 70,000 crores in that direction. And we've laid out, we had a vendor meet around 2 months back. We laid out the deadlines and mostly the technology that we'd be requiring and the facilities that we would be creating so that our vendors are aware. We've given them a head start, so when we go into the tendering process, it is much smoother than it normally is, and it takes lesser time. We are, of course, running against time, and we are rather absolutely serious to get to this 100 million ton, of which approximately 72 million ton is expected to come from our existing mines, that's the generic growth, and 28 million tons is expected to come from our subsidiary, which is the NMDC CMDC Limited, or NSL. So that's the plan for iron ore. But what really excites us is the plan beyond iron ore and beyond the shores of India. So the mandate that the board has given the management is that we must have at least 10% of our revenue from beyond the shores of India. So we are actively engaging outside India in acquisition of mines. In Australia, we have had a presence for the last 10 years. Our first 7 were more or less dormant of it. Last 4 years have been action-packed. We've got a big iron ore tenement there. It's a magnetite project, and if it comes up, the PFS is already done. We are in the DFS stage. We have some issues with water. But if it comes up, it will be a game changer for the magnetite industry. We believe that going forward, considering the pressures of green steel and the future of green steel, magnetite pellets, pellets made out of magnetite, which can go up to 70% iron content, is the future, because that is what will be used in DRI. And I think our tenement in Australia is capable of producing that. There are certain issues at the DFS stage. We hope to overcome them. We have overcome a couple of legal issues, which thankfully, thanks to the Australian government, they have been very, very cooperative in solving those. We have a gold mine going on in Australia. It's a small mine, but that is more of an experimental effort that we have, because we have hugely promising gold tenements in Australia, just next to them. Apart from that, we are actively looking at Africa as a source of, we are engaging with many, many people out there, different types of mine, from lithium to iron ore, we have listed 10 minerals like copper and nickel and cobalt. Wherever we can get an opportunity, we'll be active. Right now, we are looking at more than 20 such opportunities. They are at various stages of due diligence, various stages of them. We've got an international policy now sanctioned by the board, which we are following. And then hopefully we will be able to achieve the target of 10% top line beyond India and 10% of top line other than iron ore. I think that should be achieved at 2030, going by what we have on the plate right now. Coal is another thing, met coal is another thing that our company is very, very actively looking at. There are companies that are exiting this space of met coal, but the window of negotiation with them is very, very thin. So we have to be super active and so we have to decide very fast. And here we, as a government company, we have some constraints, but we are trying to locate assets, good coking coal assets, even in Indonesia and in Australia, if that's possible. So overall, these are exciting times for a mining company like NMDC, and we are confident that we'll deliver on our promise of both 100 million tons of iron ore, as well as at least 10% from other than iron ore business, and 10% from beyond our shows, which would be, in terms of money, about $1 billion each. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The follow-on question to this is, NMDC has always been the forefront of sustainability in India. And with the resources in India, both in iron ore as well as coking coal, we are having lower grade of iron ore across the country, as well as from a high ash coking coal. What has been some of your learnings that probably from a collaboration perspective with the global technology providers, that probably the other companies can and industry can kind of take a leaf out of?
This question is for me. Achha. I have a slightly different opinion about low-grade iron ore in India, which I'll elaborate. But one strange fact is that India is the only country where unwashed coal and unwashed iron ore is sold. Mostly coal is traded, only washed coal is traded. What we are doing actually is, we have high ash coals in India. So what we do is we carry about 40% dirt on our railway system. If we were to wash it at the place of origin, then obviously you will be carrying much, at least if you are able to wash off 25% of ash, you will be carrying 25% less of dirt on your railway system, and your railway system, which is currently choked, will have some relief. So, and the obviously the common sense thing of it is that you can't make electricity out of the ash, neither you can make steel out of that ash. So that is a waste anyway. The decision that we need to take is where we take out the waste, whether we take it out at source or whether we take it out at destination. The cost of taking that dirt as waste at the destination, which is the steel plant as slag, or the power plant as fly ash, is much more expensive option than taking out that waste at source. So this is something I believe at a policy level we have to take a call. It's a polluting thing either at Punjab or at Bihar or Bengal where the coal is done. So it's a call that we need to take as a nation, as a policy level, what we do about it. And so far as iron ore is concerned, again, it's something we sell as unwashed iron ore. It's never sold anywhere in the world. But again, we come to the same problem, where do you separate the waste and what do you do? So far as the cost of beneficiation is concerned, I don't think there's an absolute urgency of that. I believe that we have adequate sources of high-grade iron ore. Now, let us define a high-grade iron ore as 60 or 61% plus, right? So last year we produced 275 million ton. So of that, 30 million ton was approximately below 58%. And approximately 30 million ton, another 35 million ton was from 58 to 61%, which let us say is medium grade. So you have a problem of around 70 million ton. And you export 40 million ton out of it. So you are net left with what I call is around 30 million ton of something which is quote unquote low grade. Of course, you can beneficiate 64% to 68%. That's a different call. Now, the amount of steel that you have produced last year is about 140? 140. So you'd require about 1.6, around 210 million tons of high-grade iron ore. That you are already producing. So you are neck to neck on that, you are comfortable on that. So there is, I believe, no case against export of low-grade iron ore or the immediate need of beneficiation in terms of availability. That there could be somehow at the local level, of course, Odisha and Chhattisgarh could have some differences, but at the macro level, at the higher up level, the numbers don't justify that. Secondly, I believe that in the Indian context, if you have beneficiation facilities, you will always be a swing supplier. They will justify when the sort of difference between 58% and 62% and the difference between 62% and 65% is wide enough and more than the cost of your beneficiation. Remember, the beneficiation plants cost you a bomb. It's a reasonably expensive investment to make. And then you'll have to be conscious whether that investment, after making that investment, whether you are a swing supplier, you end up being a swing supplier or not. So considering the availability, and in fact, India has already today about 145 million ton of beneficiation capacity, of which around, I believe if my memory serves me right, around 50 million ton is on a working side, is working, about 100 million ton is not working. So we have already invested in that, we are not using much of it. So I think the entire beneficiation debate requires dispassionate scrutiny of numbers, existing facilities, and the environmental issues that are related with tailings and other things.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So maybe I'll move on to Mr. Ranjindhar to give you a steel producer perspective from our international cooperation in the steel sector. So AMNS has been in a global steel, making capacities, and you already adopted some of the leading technologies from a decarbonization point of view as well as green steel. So how is AMNS India adopting and leveraging the global steel making capabilities for both green steel as well as decarbonization?
Thank you, Rajiv, and very good afternoon, everyone. I think I would, before answering your question, Rajiv, I think I would start by saying that earlier in the day, in the Prime Minister's address, we should all feel excited. Everybody in this room who is associated with the steel industry should celebrate and feel excited that the Prime Minister defined steel industry or iron and steel industry as a sunrise sector. In how many countries can the head of the state, head of the country define steel industry as a sunrise sector? So that, I think it's a cause of celebration, and I think a big round of applause for that in this room I would expect. So in terms of the theme for this discussion is international collaboration. Yes, as India is growing our per capita consumption of steel from 97, 98 kgs to 160 kgs by 2030.
Now we have to remember, all this capacity expansion and the expansion and consumption also is happening at the back of India moving towards a developed nation. By 2047, the target set by the government of India. We should remember that in that journey, the type of steel, the quality of the steel that will be used will be different from what has been used so far. Because when we aspire to be a developed nation needs steel of a developed nation. And for that, the capabilities do exist in the country. But I think we have to be collaborative in getting newer technologies, newer products. And I will give you some examples of that. You rightly said that ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, the joint venture that we operate in India, we have the footprint across the globe, from North America to South America, from Asia, China, Europe in a big way, Japan with the other joint venture in a big way. So there is the know-how is there in what it takes, for a developed nation to use the steel of a developed nation, be it in the infrastructure space or be in the product space like automotive, appliance, and green energy and stuff like that. So what we are doing at AMNS is currently, as India is progressing in this journey of being a developed nation, we are getting to India some of the best products which are available from ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, and creating that ecosystem within the country. One is that we produce that steel in India, and creating the ecosystem around that so that new industries come up and use that steel. Now, in last year, in 2024, we launched 2 new products, Magnalis and Optigal. Magnalis is a product which is being used predominantly for solar application, and Optigal is a new age technology for color-coated steel. Now, once we have got this, got the steel in the country, we have made the import dependence of these products zero. And for any product, when the import dependence is not there, new industries get set up. And we are getting extremely good response, not only in terms of the current customers in this space, but also the new customers who want to establish their new businesses and expand. This is a virtuous cycle which is extremely good for the nation. Then new industries get set up, and we develop new infrastructure, new automobile, new age technologies, which will make the infrastructure of the country, the products of the country, attuned to being a developed nation. So all that is happening, and it is just the start. Towards the second half of this year, our new automotive line is coming, which is again one of the best in the world, wherein we are getting some of the most advanced automotive technology across the globe to India. So much so that, as PM also mentioned in the morning, that we should be looking for value addition and we should be looking at higher end steel. The need, I can say this with great amount of responsibility, that the need for import of higher end automotive steel will be almost zero when this line starts producing towards the later half of this year. So that is the kind of products we are getting to the country. Keeping in mind, I should mention this, that two of our joint venture partners, ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, all the capacity expansion that are happening in the country is for the domestic need predominantly. Yes, as Prime Minister said, that we should be looking at 25 million ton of exports. We will look at that, but we would also encourage, or we will predominantly encourage, that this steel should be used and valuated in the country in terms of products, whether it is auto components or appliances or anything else, and then exported out. I think we should be looking at those aspects, and I think with the power of the high technology product that we are getting in the country, I think it is a good news for all the users, and I would encourage via this, this initiative of FICCI, that more and more industries should come up in terms of deploying and using this product. Somewhere in another conference it was discussed, the startup ecosystem in the country is, unidirectional on the one side. I would encourage also that new startups should come in using new age steel which will partake into making India a developed nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thur. Just a follow-on question, Mr. Thur, to you as well. We had done an assessment which said that investment in capital goods is considered a lot of investments because if you look at some of these equipments, they are manufactured in Germany, Switzerland, US, as well as Italy and Japan as well. And if I look at a thumb rule, 1 billion ton per million tons of steel capacity, we are looking at around $14 to $15 billion of investments per year till 2047. So international cooperation in this regard would be very helpful in terms of bringing down the capex. So what has been some of your experiences, especially from AMNS perspective?
Well, frankly, much more needs to be done. While there are interests, I think the equipment supplier, I think you are referring to that, the equipment supplier, the ancillarization of steel industry should happen in India now. Because the growth of steel capacity addition predominantly is happening in India in the large countries, large format. So I think all of us need to push the equipment supplier that they should set up their base in India. Exactly what AMNS is doing, that we have set up a base in India and we are getting more and more products into India so that it is used in India. In a similar way, all the equipment supplier and all the ancillaries who provide to the steel industry need to set up their base in India. Discussions are on. In terms of your question, where have we reached on that? I think much more needs to be done. We are just scraping the surface. It is an area, I think it was discussed also in the CEO forum even today in this conference, that all of us need to do our part and convince all these equipment supplier and others, even domestic and international. I'm not talking only about the international equipment supplier, even the domestic suppliers to set up their base around the manufacturing locations of the steel industry and create new businesses. These are all, to my mind, a big direction towards creating a virtuous cycle for the economy. Steel industry, I was saying somewhere else, that if you see the history, it is not like any other manufacturing unit. When a steel industry is set up, the whole city gets developed. We have seen in earlier times, Bokaro, Jamshedpur, even the newer steel plant like our own Hazira and all that. The whole city gets developed because steel industry being set up there. Now even people are developing airports and other facilities over there. So I think it is a good news that that steel industry is a robust industry in the country. Oftentimes we do not realize what it would have been if we were not self-reliant in steel. If there was an import dependence on, because today we are self-reliant so that we don't realize. If there was import dependence on steel, it would have been a very tough job to develop our country at the pace that we want it to get developed. So I think much more needs to be done in terms of convincing all the suppliers, all the ancillaries to set up their manufacturing units in the country, because the growth is happening in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Sri Ashwini Kumar, going on to you in terms of the Ministry of Steel and the Government of India has been the forefront of, to have international collaboration for the steel industry. And various areas like raw materials, technology, trade, as well as looking at investments, including foreign OEMs setting up or capital equipment manufacturers setting up capacities in India. So what are some of the reforms or policy measures that have been already undertaken or underway from Ministry of Steel to kind of ensure that more international collaboration happens for the industry?
Thank you, Rajiv. I'm glad you brought in the dimension of international trade when we talk of international cooperation. So what Indian government is doing, we are negotiating an FTA with EU, and EU's very high-level delegation was in India just a couple of months back, and we expect this FTA to be done by the end of this year. And if we look at India-USA trade relationships, we have got this Mission 500. That is, we have set a target of enhancing our bilateral trade to $500 billion from current $250 billion by 2030. So doubling the bilateral trade in 5 years' time. So that this clearly gives a signal that from the perspective of international trade, Government of India is willing to bite the bullet. In the past also, we have had history of entering into FTAs with many countries long back, like more than 15 years ago. We have had FTAs with South Korea, with Japan, with ASEAN. There have been some concerns with these FTAs. So concerns have come from domestic industry that some of these FTAs are being used by industry of third countries, and they are rerouting their products, taking advantage of tariff concessions under these FTAs which were negotiated way back in 2008, 2009. And we are looking into that in all seriousness. In fact, India-ASEAN FTA is under review. Department of Commerce has started engaging with ASEAN to review that. So international trade is an issue which is extremely important. But let's be honest, if we look at international trade of steel, so steel has to be one of the most protected commodity in international trade as on date. There was this OECD report that last year itself, so many anti-dumping duty investigations and so many CVD investigations, 81 anti-dumping duty investigations were initiated in 2024. 7 CVD investigations were initiated in 2024. Meaning thereby that there are certain economies where trade distortionary practices have become very common. There are some non-market economies where some opaque kind of subsidies are given to domestic producers, and which is inflicting injury, which has full potential of inflicting injury on Indian steel industry. So we have to be wary of that situation also. Then moving ahead, we have got EU safeguard regime continuing till June 26, and there's very little sign of liberalization in that, and it's been going on since so many years. Then there are several trade restriction measures in the name of environmental laws. CBAM comes readily to our mind. There is also waste shipment regulations, again from EU. Now, when we think of international cooperation, we can think of global South-South cooperation also to counter the initiatives like CBAM and waste shipment regulations being brought out by developed countries. That is another potential area of cooperation. Investment is, of course, an important aspect of overall international cooperation. Both outbound investment, when, for example, CMD and MDC talked of investing abroad to acquire mining assets, and also inbound investment. So steel is a sector where we have 100% FDI on automatic route. We have to be mindful of the fact that, I mean, from government's perspective, we will be extremely happy if there is FDI in India, and this comes with transfer of technology of making value-added steel products also. That's a very desirable situation to be in. Of course, there are several dynamics, and companies have to look into other aspects while they take these investment decisions. Some of the companies have been very forthcoming. A classic example is the JV between ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel. And is a valid case of other big international steel companies to come and put their money and become a part of India's success story. If they don't invest in India, it's they who are missing out on, riding the India success story rather than India. We'll find ways to invest. My steel companies are robust enough to find ways to mobilize investment and, put in their money to set up steel plants and enhance the capacity. We must look at to what extent there is complementarity between countries or a set of countries when we think of international cooperation. So India-Australia is a very classic example. There is a strong sense of complementarity there. But then that complementarity has been unidimensional in the sense that we are sourcing raw material from Australia. But somehow we have not been able to penetrate into the Australian market for our steel and steel products. So that is another area where steel companies will have to work. I mean, the leaders of Indian steel companies like, Mr. Dhar and all, they will have to figure out how to tap into overseas markets. Also with a view to have a better price realization for their products. Of course, it's a very tough international market where it's not a level playing field because there are other countries which are giving subsidies and, well, there are a lot of trade distortionary practices are going on. But then we'll have to, Indian steel companies will have to come together and figure it out how to do it.
Thank you so much. So maybe I'll last go to Mr. Tripathi. Sir, in the last 10 years, we have seen a lot of platforms being, I would say, provided in terms of, if I look at Quad, SCRI, IPF, various partnerships. Mr. Ashwini Kumar mentioned about the Global South partnerships that India has gone into. So how will these partnerships, where do you see the opportunities for international collaboration more? Because we're already doing a lot of collaboration. Australia is a partner country where we are looking at raw materials, we're looking at technology. But what can be some of the other opportunities you see going forward around technology, around green steel, around raw materials, as well as in equipments and so on and so forth?
Government of India is going for partnership in two ways. One is a broad spectrum partnership where technology, trade, everything is included, and another kind of partnership where the focus partnership is there, like there's a joint MOU between India and Russia in field of coking coal only. So we are facilitating industry to take benefit of both kind of MOUs, and more focus should be to collaborate and invest in India so that the products are manufactured in India, and we are also explaining this to the foreign manufacturers that in future, if you have a production center in India and importing some raw material, like in field of CRGO, some companies are there, they are still bringing HRGO from their parent country. So that will become difficult and more difficult, so they have to establish whole value chain here. And in that, the MOU will work as hand-holding thing from government to government level, but the real thing has to come from business to business. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So maybe I think the panel spoke about multiple areas, be it raw materials, where NMDC is working, so effectively across the world, and even ArcelorMittal, MNS, and Mr. Kumar spoke about some of the policy reforms, and as well as Mr. Tripathi. So maybe for the last 5-10 minutes, we can open to the questions for the audience. Any questions to the panel?
First of all, thank you very much. This is a very interesting topic that has been discussed. Now, there are 2-3 things I want to mention just as a comment, and I can seek any of your views. First of all, there are some non-tariff barriers that have been imposed by many countries. Very recently, USA has charged India that the BIS specification for the importers, that has become a very sore throat for free trade between US and India. That is number one. And similarly, Europe has imposed many non-tariff barriers. So international collaboration, when it takes place, particularly between countries to countries or a group of countries and countries, I think non-tariff barriers has to be, first of all, focused area. The second point is that there are many countries that are entering into free trade agreement, like India with Korea and Japan, and we are suffering for that. That has to be very much reviewed. I do not know whether because the industry has been claiming this, but it has not yet been done. Now these FTAs that has been contracted between 2 countries, then once again, when those countries are going into international collaboration, there may be a conflict. This has happened in some of the cases. That also has to be looked into. Like Mr. Kumar has mentioned that between, Australia, why Australia, we are importing so much raw material. Why we are not exporting steel to Australia? Now, Australia has got a FTA with some other countries which are exporting steel free of trade, free of duties. We can't do that because we will be competed out. So I think when we enter into international collaboration, the non-tariff barriers, the FTAs between 2 countries, these things are to be kept in mind. And third point and last my point is, what India is suffering now, lot of engineering goods containing steel are getting exported to India. And although we have been, I remember Ministry of Steel has taken it up with the capital goods industries, and there was a big conference when capital goods industries were also told. And they have been trying in a little bit. But still, if you see the indirect export of steel to India, it's huge. In fact, what we are actually importing, say 9 to 10 million tons of steel, but engineering exports containing steel are much more in terms of value. So India should, in the international collaboration, I think India should target this particular factor where there will be immense opportunities of getting the technology transfer for those production of those goods in India, so that Indian entrepreneurs can enter into the global value chain. This is my suggestion.
Thank you. Maybe one more question.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Mukherjee. Sir, you mentioned that you're looking at coking coal assets in Indonesia and Australia. So that seems to be a first. Could you share more details exactly where you're looking and what are your targets in terms of coking coal?
We can't give information to the market at this stage. But all we can confirm is that we are looking at these assets. There are different stages of negotiation. Naturally, because of confidentiality clauses, we cannot divulge the details in the market. But yes, that is something, coking coal is one of the 10 minerals that we are looking at abroad. And it is one of the topmost priority because we know that we have a captive market in India. Going forward for the next 50 to 60 years with the new blast furnaces coming in, unless you get to inject hydrogen at some point of time in future, I think coking coal requirement would be there, and we see it as a business opportunity and also an opportunity to service the nation.
One last question at the back. Yes.
You have been very considerate. Thank you. I'm Raman from NIT Trichy. My question is directed to the High Commissioner from Australia. Australia is leading very well in terms of mineral processing, and also companies like BHP have done a lot of things ahead of what was earlier conventional continuous casting, strip casting and so on. But why there are not sufficient examples in terms of joint IP development, joint process development projects involving India and Australia? If there are any from other countries, that information may also please be shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
The High Commissioner Australia has left. I think if it relates to Amitabh, probably
He was talking about mineral processing. I do not think Australia has any long track record of great mineral processing. They are essentially good miners, and they like to sell DSOs, or the directly shippable ores, without much processing. Of course, BHP did have a big plant made in Port Hedland, which they scrapped. It was a 10 billion ton, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the figure exactly, but it was a fairly expensive plant they had scrapped. I think the total steel making capacity in Australia is around 3 million ton, owned by an Indian there. We all know that. But they specialize in DSO sale, even minerals which are where the value release is at the processing stage, like lithium, rather at the mining stage. They have been exporting again at the spodumene level or the beneficiated level at 6.5%. And only recently 2 or 3 lithium refineries are coming up. So one of them is functioning partially, but I think given the mineral riches of Australia, they have been an excellent mining company throughout, mining country throughout. So that's the fact that at least I am aware of. If Ranjan can add something to that, so.
So I think we kind of conclude this panel. Maybe just I think 2 things or 3 things we should do from a collaboration perspective. Maybe we just ask the panelists here. So maybe start with Mr. Tripathi. What are the 2 or 3 things that we need to continue to do, or maybe do more from international collaboration? And then the 2 or 3 areas that we need to focus more from an international collaboration perspective.
For international collaboration, we have already working, in fact, we are already working on 4 areas. One is raw material security, another is investment, and third is technology collaboration, and fourth is trade. So in all 4 directions, we are already working, and we have formed groups. We are planning for going for MOU with the potential partners that is there. And the first question, Mr. Sushim Banerjee, it was more of a suggestion. The government is aware about most of the things you said. So all these things are being deliberated, and in fact, when government takes decision, it is not a straight decision. There's many other things which they deliberate, think of, and what is best for the nation, that decision is taken. So whatever problem you told, that government is aware, and the work is going on. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I think with that, we end this session. Thank you so much, the panelists over here, the August panelists. And maybe I'll hand over to Mansi.
So just a word of thank you for that engaging deliberation. Request all you gentlemen to kindly step ahead for a group picture. And ladies and gentlemen, please stay back for a few more moments. I have a few announcements to make. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we close day one of this 3-day India Steel 2025, which is in its 6th edition now. Tomorrow, we have Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Railways, Information and Broadcasting and Electronics and IT. Also, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy. These ministers will be joining us through the sessions all through the day. We begin tomorrow at 10 sharp, requesting all of you to reassemble in this hall before time, which will enable us to begin in time and close in time as we have done today. We started at 10 sharp and here we are at 6:10 closing the session.